Another death row. Mike Tyson, the next heavyweight champion of the world. My road to glory filled with thorns. Fluid thoughts from my brain and I trained to remain strong. They said I couldn't do it, locked me in chains till my struggle's closer to the pain of a train killer. Please believe that I'll never be shamed again. Again, I'll be the next heavyweight champion. Call me crazy, but no one can fade me. I'm the product of the projects, lost and crazy. Throw your hands up, Mr. Bruno. Ride, Big Mike Tyson about to brutalize that ass tonight. No hesitation, front of the whole nation. I'll beat that ass so bad I'll probably violate probation. Through demonstration as I strategize information. Intent to kill, so it's real like I'm catching cases. Let the world know I plan to die. If I don't leave with what I came for and be denied. Now, my first round for the times that I spent in the cell. The second round for the media and the lies they tell. The third round for the pain that I felt inside. Let's recognize I won't be denied. When we ride, first rounds for the times that I spent in the cell. The second rounds for the media and the lies they tell. The third rounds for the pain that I felt inside. Let's recognize.
Math is Science Supreme, Ali.
Mathematics and science.
Mathematical science, guy.
Yeah. I'd like to bring up my master teacher, the one and only Supreme Being, Grandmaster Teacher and Master Ali. Welcome to the NPC The Game Live. I'm Manifest, as you know, right?
Yes, sir, brother. Appreciate you. We're honored to be on.
Yeah, man. It's been about 10 years, brother. Yeah, it's been about 10 years, and yeah, this is a big deal, man. I won't be here without a lot of the stuff you gods have laced me with. Yeah, appreciate you. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Well, 10 represents completion. You know, we know 1 is the beginning, 9 is the end. After 9, everything starts, the cycle's complete. It has to start back over again.
Yeah. This is what we're doing right now. Brother Ali, how are you feeling? How you doing, brother?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah.
As to be expected, you know.
Right.
This is the great days.
Yeah.
We should all be doing great.
Right.
Yes, sir. I've just been happily honored, I wanted to share and start off that we have been, at least within the past century, since basically the 20s, we've had brothers that have tried to free us, and nationalists. We had the Honorable Marcus Garvey, who tried to save our people by the Back to Africa movement and Black nationalism and things like that. And we had the great teachers they know as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who's also returned back with us. So, and they're in the family of the supreme being, or they're in my family. You know what I'm saying? Um, the point is, these men have always been strong-willed individuals for their people. In other words, this is what we eat, sleep, drink, and wake up for. And that's what those men did. They dedicated their lives to uplifting their people. And that's rare
Absolutely.
because we all know most of these Negroes don't stand up for nothing. That's probably when they see me. They see me representing absolute knowledge, and regardless of what they don't like, they can never question the integrity of the manhood that I'm a man that stands up for something, who will live, die, sleep, eat, drink, kill, and whatever for what I stand for. So it's not too many men walking the planet that could attest to that. At least not on nothing righteous. Now, you can have some Negroes that die over a street or over drugs or some silly shit like that. Although none of them, very rare, will give their life and their being and existence to what's right. They'll do it to what's wrong, but they're afraid. What does they say? Easy to lead, wrong, hard to lead in the right direction.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So I just wanted to share that.
No, this is very timely. Everything you're saying. I mean, we have the three corners. I'm out here in Asia, brother Ali over there in the great state Ohio, and you're in KC. Like a triangle right here, man.
Absolutely. And we all evolve. That lets you know the caliber of knowledge we're dealing on. You're either going forward or backwards, in this creation. There is no middle ground. There's no neutral force. It's either progressing or positive, or it's going negative. Life is positive, an abundance of life, and death is when you're going toward the subtraction. So, although you're saying it's been 10 years, look how we've evolved, all of us. We're still in that God realm.
Absolute.
Let's get on these questions, brother. It's no.
Yeah. So
Yes, sir.
this last month, this Scorpio month of November, there's been a lot of pressure up in there in America. That's so much so I can hear it over here in Taiwan. And I think there's been a big sigh of release because the election is over. And so, what are your thoughts of what we're about to witness over there in the wilderness, North America, with the president-elect Trump? Is this a good thing, bad thing, you think, or neutral? Well, what's
Okay,
really going on, Supreme?
okay, I'll let my brother Ali go first, and then I'm gonna recap on that. So he hasn't shared yet, so I'll
Man,
I'll yield to the brother.
I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. I mean, I don't think it's whether it's a good or a bad thing. It's just it's necessary. Um, regardless of whether it's positive or negative, it's necessary. Change, had to happen. Because the direction that they were that this country was heading and is currently heading in is really is hellish. So any change at this point right now is going to be you know welcomed, and we just have to see how the change plays out at this point. Because it's just the type of reality we live in. Nothing is promised, nothing's guaranteed. Um, you know, as far as Mr. Trump goes, I mean, hey man, Mr. Trump's just, he makes me laugh, man, because just the shit he says, man, is just, he comes, right off the chest with it, man. And he's an entertainer too. I mean, you can see that in him. But, the things that he stands for and what he did, when he was in there before, I didn't really have an issue with all like that because I'm really not into politics too, all like that, no way. But I didn't see anything that was, that stood out all, that was just like, well, damn, this is fucked up, man. They need to get him up from out of there. I didn't see that,
Right.
and then, I mean, the only thing you really got, man, is just a bunch of niggas, a bunch of niggas and a bunch of lonely, angry women, man, that are the ones that are complaining about Trump, man, and neither one of them, have an absolute and honest argument about the man. They keep claiming that the man is well, first of all, calling him a racist is stupid. I've said this over and over on Facebook. The word racist is not negative. It's a positive term. It only means one who's proficient in the study of race.
Yes. Yeah, I
That's
took
what it
that
means.
term when you taught us that, when you blessed us with that, Brother Ali.
Yeah,
That's my definition as well that I got
yeah,
from you.
what I mean? They taught us, we were taught English. I paid attention in school, I know what prefixes and suffixes are on a word. So, but you can ask any dumbass nigga though that you hear that's talking that crazy stuff out the side of their neck. Well, give me one statement from the man that was bigoted, that was racially hateful. Just one statement, and when did he make it? So I can go look it up. And they can't tell you. They just can't. They just look at you, man, like, well, man, whatever, and they'll walk away. Or just just the hatred of women. But yet I see him. Just he's got women all in his cabinet. People that
Right.
are people that are misogynist, they don't hire women, especially in key secure positions like that. They keep them off to the side somewhere, where they can't do no harm. Because they're a misogynist. That's how they feel about him. But I mean, he's got these women, man. You're talking about the first woman to be White House chief of staff. Ambassador to the UN. What was the other one? The director of national intelligence or something, and I forgot what the other position was for the fourth woman. But still, I'm just, and I'm not trying to, make an argument to defend the man because, I'm a fan or nothing like that. I'm just saying, I'm pointing out things that I've noticed when they say one thing, but I see another. You know what I'm saying? So, and I pay attention to stuff like that. That's all. So we'll see how it plays out. That's how I feel about it.
Okay. That's absolute. Yeah. Your thoughts,
Right.
Supreme?
Yes, sir. Well, I shared this a long time ago. I don't know if you all remember. I said that these niggas will not do what they're supposed to do.
Right.
You dealing with a God today, man. When you have Our Savior Has Arrived and all these books, and they share with you this one is coming, they have to put the pens down. His knowledge is, what I mean, they can't see no end to. And so I shared this, because I always share our real gods. We always share what's going to happen before it happens. So I share with the community or whoever let in or listened. I shared, if niggas won't do what they supposed to do, I will have the white boy do it or the devil do it himself. Because it was supposed to be the original man to clean up his planet. But since niggas are so entrenched with clown and buffoonism and sports, they can tell you all about sports and LeBron James. They can tell you about Cardi B and Mick. They're filled, as we were told, with foolishness, with stupidity. So we can't rely on a bunch of niggas that all they know is sports and these entertainers and all the other bullshit that they fed their mind. Is junk. You could feed your mind junk just as much as you could feed your body your dietary junk. In fact, your mind is most important. So if you've been eating McDonald's mentally, we can't put any trust or any value in that, because there's no value in that. It's not even real food. So they're not even been given real food that can enhance them or help them. So this one here, I'm gonna share this with you, because I'm a humble person. I don't like to boast about myself, although I'm at a time now where I'm tired. I'm done hiding. You know what I mean? People are gonna know, and if you have a problem, you will go, because to be against me is to be against the essence of yourself. And there's been a lot of people that I've shown better than I can tell them this, because we're about showing, we're about action, we're about production, manifestation. God's manifest. We got a brother on here named Manifestation, as he manifests. He manifests us. That's not a very easy thing. Brothers that we haven't. When's the last time we did a broadcast, Brother Ali?
It's been a long time, brother.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
And Brother manifest that, brother. He had a will. Yeah. He had a will to bring this idea about, and he did it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, in that, and everything's on time, mind you. There's nothing, as I shared with Brother Manifestation the other day. I shared, nothing is for nothing. It couldn't exist. Everything has purpose to it. There's nothing that could exist if it didn't have a reason or purpose. That voids its existence by it not having a purpose. And that's not just things physical. Those are thoughts, ideas, and especially things that have manifested, which is right now, because I'm starting to get my touch back a little bit. What I mean?
Yeah.
Things are starting to come back again after being, I've never been off the scene. I've always been on my dean. I'm just talking about as far as, in a real public forum, me and a brother, we just been building afar. We still been connected, all of us. We just been more like in the unseen, because we put enough out there for them to gravitate on, which now we're not doing that again. This time it's just about instructions and just basically giving people the guidelines, and because that's the season we're in right now. With Trump winning, there's going to be a lot of changes for us, because like I said, I'm in control. I've always been in control. And I humbly say that. It's not that I'm trying to sound like I'm better than anybody. I am greater than everybody, although it's not about that. I intercepted this back in 2020 when they had the COVID thing. The first week, my essence informed me that it was the New World Order, that they were going to shut everything. I told people before it happened, because we've been given this script a long time ago. You all have scriptures. We got the real scripts on how this thing's going to play out. And so when we see the math, when we see everything adding up, then that lets us know. So I let everybody know, the world, through social, through the air or airwaves or social media, information go out. Y'all see these Negroes now talking about understanding. We were saying understanding in our circle. Now all these bastards talking about understanding.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So don't
even
think
the Supreme clothing line. It's funny that when you were at the Apex back in the day, that stuff came out, and now I literally saw a girl that used to come on this stream wearing all Supreme yesterday on another broadcast. I mean,
Really?
that's a synchronistic. That's a sign of life, right? Math and science,
Oh,
measuring
yes,
the
sir.
signs of life. Yeah.
Right. So there's nothing they could do. You know what I mean? They have only thing the white boy can do is do what's right, or else he's finished. His time is up. And it's not some spooky bullshit that these metaphysical niggas talking about the cosmos and all that. It's because there's a real live being here that is all wise, all knowing. There's nothing that can get past me. Right now, even dealing with this topic, there's things I'm not releasing right now. He's hated by every damn devil entity, and they hate him to death. Why? Because he's going against them. He's going against the norm.
Right.
He was with them. If he was with them, they wouldn't have nothing to hate.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
That's the thing though. Like, what about the whole Operation Warp Speed, where he was the president that was on watch when all the vaccines went out? He actually sped it up or whatever. Was that like a 3D chess move or what? Because I think he lost a lot of supporters.
Well,
when that happened.
Not really. These people were really dealing with high-tech military intelligence and patriots who took over the NSA. Once they took over the NSA, it was a wrap. They were going to take over the world and overthrow the cabal or the Illuminati or whatever powers out here. And so the patriots taking over the NSA that could basically read the hairs off your ass, you know what I'm saying? That gave them the power to make this move, because these people have been set up. They've been planning this for years. This didn't just come about. They've been planning this for a long time. And with him doing that, he has a duty to do. And they have a Project Our Looking Glass where they do have the ability to on the quantum field to go into the future or to see into the future.
Yeah.
And so what they saw into the future that's helping them to make the decision, they saw me.
Yeah.
And not so much me as the person, they seen this mind that we all are in accord with, including, my physical self, because we're just, a lot of people get mixed up on the physical body compared to the essence. When I'm speaking of me, I'm rarely talking about my physical body, because that ain't shit. I'm usually talking about the power of power, which is the essence of all of us. Your most powerful being or existence is your essence, not your flesh.
It's about what's within. You always used to teach on that. We're still teaching on that.
That's the energy, the inner God within.
Yeah.
When I say inner standing, that's I only speak on the inner. Everything's within. Matter of fact, if these idiots read their Bible, because you know niggas don't read nothing. Half these niggas don't even. The preacher reads the Bible for these niggas, but it says the kingdom of heaven's within you. They wouldn't be worshiping the sky and anything outside of them or any other this bullshit if they truly understood what the kingdom of heaven within means. I think we were talking about earlier today on what parts of the Bible or Bible is true. Yeah, it's like bisexuality is both ways. There's truth and falsehood. That's one of the passages. Really, is more than a parable. It's actually a passage. The kingdom of heaven's within you. God is in you. Not if they just understood that cancels out dying and going to heaven with Jesus if the kingdom of heaven's within you.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Even they say your body, the temples are within. Your body's a temple and all that. Yeah. I'm telling you, in these sectors of YouTube I've been monitoring, there's people that have. I was telling Brother Supreme, they have debates for 5 hours about Jesus and whatnot. I mean, time is precious. Like, there's so much other things you could be doing, but I guess everyone has their own trip.
Exactly. You got time to be wasting time on that nonsense, man. Because there's too much going on around us for us to be focusing on mindless things, man. I was just trying to explain, you guys just brought up that COVID, people don't realize, man, because they're not, obviously, like you said, they don't pay attention. The COVID didn't start until they flipped on the 5G network. And back in 2015, I remember reading an article back then about the 5G network and about them, launching it in the future. And I remember reading that there were a lot of people that were, scientists and doctors and other people that were coming out against that, saying that you can't launch this because 5 gigahertz affects the human body in a certain way. And they started explaining that what, the human body will start to feel and will be the effects of like a heightened flu. When they said heightened, no, that's the key word is heightened. Heightened can mean anything, but it definitely means elevated. It means it's going to be more stronger than your average flu that you're used to getting, And then on top of that, nobody ever paid attention to the fact that how many people actually die in this country every year from the common cold, from flu, from bronchitis, from pneumonia, from upper respiratory infection, from this, from that, from other things associated with viruses and flu bugs. And you're talking about millions of people every year in this country die like that. So when you take those numbers, which are in the millions, and then you elevate them a little bit, you can scare the shit out of somebody with a COVID scare. Be like, damn, millions of people are dying? Wow, man, this is serious. Well, man, it's always been so. Millions of people have always been dying from the flu every year, boo-boo. Don't let them scare you with that. It's the 5G network, man. This is what it is,
Yeah, there was a similar theory, too, about in the 1918 with the Spanish flu, with the induction of mass electricity, a lot of people started dying off too. And some people are connotating that to the waves and stuff that were hitting people and shit. Yeah, so now we got like 6G over here in Taiwan.
Well, yeah, they're elevated now. 5G now is almost a thing of the past. They're looking way beyond now. And with the elevation of technology, comes the control and or the destruction of the human body, man. Because the average boo-boo out here doesn't understand, what the effects of gigahertz and sound waves and vibrations, what it does, what actually does to your all the way down to your DNA.
Right.
We're not talking about just on the surface, what it could do to your skin or it can make you sick. No. We talking about where it can all twist up your DNA. You know, that's deep.
Yeah. This comment from Look Within. He said they can turn 5Gs up to 60 gigahertz on top of that anytime it can be used as a weapon. Yeah. Someone from the YouTube chat.
Right.
Shout out to the chat.
And that's why you mentioned about the chips. I think we were discussing earlier.
Microchips,
With
right?
Elon,
Semiconductor.
right. It's a way where they can control it off of the electromagnetic field or the 5G or the different towers they have. That's in every community, everywhere. Even if you move out in the woods, there's a way that they could send frequency out there. So they had a lot of things planned, although the question is, will it work? We've already intercepted. Do you all understand when I say the next couple of days when they came out with the COVID shit, I intercepted. I went immediately throughout social media, letting people know. Same thing like people started off like a wildflower with the understanding thing, the understanding movement now. Now Christians understand now, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's even reached there. You all understand that just even us talking now, the power of social media. This is for us. This is the time of information, and what greater platform to make it convenient, because everything is about convenience. Although conveniently giving people the truth, and conveniently for us to give it to us, to give it to them, because we ain't got to set up no meetings. We ain't got to buy go out and get flyers, and we set it up on social media and put it out there. As long as it gets out there, that's the only thing. Is our duty is to let the people know. It's up to them if they want it or not. They just can't charge us and say, why didn't you tell us? No, we told you.
Yeah. It's right there. It's getting more convenient every day. And shout out to the chat. El Perro, we see you. Special K, sis, what's up? From Chicago. All right. We got Ezra over there, and I think she's in the Pacific Northwest. Good to see you, sis. Mindful Exposures. We got a lot of smart people in the chat. Shift, my brother over there in Gotham City, New York City, right there. This man right here. He did the math on the science on the cryptocurrency and whatnot, and also his thing is mass psychology. How's that? How that is used on so many people. Mass psychology. People are in trances. So
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And
you gotta keep you. Well, the key to it too is not total key, but eating right. We've also preached. We've taught and did everything we could for the people on this one too. You gotta, what you put in your mind and in your body, is equal. And what you consume on a daily basis, man, has a direct effect on how you think and how you process information mentally. Because if your mind, if your body is full of pig and cow and dead chicken, all that is murdered meat. And I understand, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to get on nobody tonight or make nobody feel bad. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm just here to simply point out some simple facts. You are a living vessel. You are alive. It makes no sense for you to put something dead into you as fuel. Murdered dead fuel does not give a living vessel what it needs to properly function. You need living fuel, living energy for a living body and a living mind. So that's why it's important for everybody to really, if you haven't done it yet, get off of that meat. Get off of it, because it ain't good. It ain't healthy. I don't give a fuck what they tell you. It ain't, I don't know how it's grass fed and it doesn't matter what it's been fed. The fact is that you got to kill it. It's been murdered. You can't eat dead flesh and think that you're going to prosper. You know, that's not the way that the science and the nature works. Your body isn't even set up to process meat like that.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That's absolute.
He said, "Great guess, great guess." The chat, look within. What do you brothers? And they've been waiting for this. I got a
We
comment
got
from
the
Look
heavy
Within.
hitters here, man. We got
He said, "Great guess, Gabe." No.
what's that?
Yeah, they're saying great. Look Within saying, "Great guess." I mean, they're thirsty for this knowledge, and they got a lot
Let's
of
keep
knowledge to
it
share
going,
too.
brother. I mean, don't take the knowledge away from them. I mean, I understand addressing them.
Yeah,
Let's keep
yeah. I
it.
want to keep it
Although
flowing. Yeah,
I appreciate the chat, though. I mean, that's big.
I was just acknowledging them. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
acknowledging
big
them.
up.
Excuse me.
I was just acknowledging them from time to time.
Oh,
you
yes,
know?
sir.
But I'll try to
I get
keep
that.
it flowing.
Hey,
Yeah.
no, you are.
Hey man, you remember how the Supreme? You remember how the chat used to be, man? With
At least he got pleasant. we get
remember
the opposing forces. They come in there.
Oh no! Somebody did a hit piece on me today. Oh yeah,
really?
don't get it twisted. Somebody did it. They love me. They're obsessed with me so much that they made a little video, 17-minute video about me. It's like, and this is the guy I used to help. I used to let him use my platform and whatnot. And this is how he.
One of them.
He's a SETI fan. He's a SETI fan, guys.
SETI? Okay.
Yeah,
you
gentlemen. Yeah.
Nah, you should have seen the brother man that used to call in the Supreme show. Bring forth. Remember him, Supreme?
Yeah.
Oh man, that dude was something else, man. That Gason.
Yeah, he was the Gason.
He's from Frisco.
Man, Supreme used to tear them. Man, Supreme used to tear them Masons' asses up, man.
Casonry, he called it, right?
Yeah, man.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna play this one for you. Like, yeah. Check this out. I'm gonna do a blast from the past real quick, then we can keep going. This shit is wild. I gotta play this one right here. This is a classic with Bring Forth. You're gasing me. Let's see. One sec. Let me see. What's it gasing me? Hold on one sec.
Well, while you find that, I'll make use of the time. You know what I mean? Oh, you got it?
I got it.
Just gonna finish up some ideas. Go ahead.
I got it. Let me play it. We call this one Deconstructing the Gason.
Who's the 661? Is that Tony guy again?
Nah, it ain't that Tony guy. It is the Tony guy.
Oh, this Tony in there.
That's Tony Robinson. At least say my name right now.
They claim he won a debate and all. I want to
Tony L.
And
Nigarra.
Stating some shit. And I don't recall us ever debating.
I said I was going to debate you.
You
posted that on your Facebook, Tony, about how you bombed on
Yeah, I bombed on the show. Yeah,
and,
that's right.
And how you debated us or whatnot. That you call
when
that a debate?
was there a debate?
I don't remember that.
Well, we was debating your view on how Khalid Muhammad was gay. You never presented any evidence.
Look, man, I already told you. I said Gason. And I explained to you what a Gason was.
Well,
I don't know if you were too high or too drunk to come. You just talk. You never was listening. I explained to you what Gason was. I said the masonry. I said the Masons are Gasons in essence. It had nothing to do with Khalid being gay.
So take that shit out the title then. Why is it in the title then?
Take it out of the title.
Yeah.
I like Tony though. He's cool. He was wrong
Why
here though.
is it in the title of the show?
Oh wow.
Because Gasonry, as I explained, he was Omega Pi Phi, and he was a part of the Black Gasons in America that you all call Masons. I just call them Gasons because it's another meaning what I shared. The elite.
We got the receipts right here in this video.
So that's why I call them Gasons. You all call them Masons. That was the only difference.
True. Now the question is why?
Why what?
What makes them gay? I know why. I'm just saying a lot of people don't know why. Because they make
Well, as I said
offerings
before,
to the child.
Albert Pike had them the sovereign
Ain't got nothing to do
commander
with Albert
of
Pike.
Masonry.
They
The one they
make
have
offerings to
turnpikes
monologue.
named after, and streets and the country here respects.
They make offerings to monologue, the god of child sacrifice.
And their rituals are gay too. And their rituals are gay.
The Baphomet is a divine version of monologue. Moloch, monologue. Go look up monologue. Even in the Bible, King Solomon is said to be making sacrifices to the child god of sacrifice, monologue. Then Abraham was going to sacrifice his son? To who?
Those are all those things are all allegorical. Those things aren't to be taken, physically and literally like that.
So you Brother Ali, you're saying the same what Supreme was saying earlier. That's not supposed to be taken literally, huh? But people do that. They put all their consciousness into those Bible stories. Right?
Well, Bible stories or whatever, especially just look at the nonsense today that people, put their bank on. They put one story out there in the media, and then everybody, like I said, they'll run with that, without doing no research on themselves or anything, to see if there's any, truth to this or, nothing. It's just okay. It sounds good. I'm gonna run with that, and that's just dumb, man.
Yeah.
We sounded so young back then. I was like, goddamn.
No.
Anyways, one of the main gaseries where they keep a lot of secrets is in religion, you know what I mean? And I'm destroying that as we speak through the people, as the great teacher would tell you, through the waters, or the people represent the waters. So when you say walk on water, walking on some water ain't shit. A surfer could surf on some water, or you could sail. That's nothing. We're talking about being able to move on the people and walk above them and share things with them, or share the truth, or expose the falsehood. And religion has to go. That's all really. I don't give a damn if Christianity is the first on the list because that's the biggest and the most wicked. Although these Islamic clowns, they gotta go. NOI, all of that. A man today, as a reflection of you all, you got to be God's. There's no more religion. There's no more followers and people taking advantage of people by indoctrinating them and all those different things. We're at the end of that. So that's part of the wisdom that the scholars of the old foreseen as far as this one and what he would do is everything's going to be new.
Brother Supreme, we have a question from the chat from Shadow Buddha. He said, can you ask Supreme and Ali on their thoughts on the rise of Christian Orthodox and Christian nationalism in the last year?
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Christianity, man, has been taking a serious ass whipping, man, over the years, man. There was a time, when they were the power on the planet. They jumped on them little ships, man, out of Europe, and they had the cross on the front of their ship, and that's what they conquered the world with, the cross and the Bible, and that's why you got so many English-speaking countries all over the planet, little islands, man, that you never would think. You go there and they speak English, like, what the fuck, But they were conquered, by Christians. These are Christians that did this. But then, after they did all their little conquering, everybody got comfortable. Christianity, everybody kind of backed off their little religion, man. They wanted to have fun, man, with this new world and this, and this newfound, reality they got now, this technology, plus technology, too, has played a big role in pushing, religion. I mean, just look at the nation, the Nation of Islam itself, they done fallen off, man. You barely hear anything out of them niggas, and, whatever you do hear from them, it's the same old rhetoric that they've been spewing for the last umpteen years. But but technology, because people are like, why should I sit and listen to you tell me about some shit that I can easily Google and see for my damn self? I don't need your interpretation. I can interpret it my damn self. I can Google it. Shit, as a matter of fact, I can ask that bitch Alexa. So that's how it is.
Right, I agree with the brother as well. I'll add to this though. I'll say, it's foretold that there's going to come a time where we won't mention God because we're going to be gods. That's going back to the kingdom within. And if we look at the animal, if you study the animal, study nature. That's really the real Bible, is studying nature, because that's consistent and that's the reality of life. Is nature. When you go and you see the order, when you go to the park and see the trees and everything's in order, everything's at peace. You don't see the grass and the trees and the flowers at war, or the earth, at war with itself. So basically, the animals.
So ours is grounded too?
As we are.
Wait, so we're grounded and you're grounded?
So we're equally grounded.
I'm saying that y'all's distinction between.
What was that, brother?
No, this is what Shadowback was referring to. Like, as we speak right now, this is what people's consciousness is on.
Oh, that was him talking?
No, that's not him. This is what I'm telling you. Like, these Christian nationalists, they debate for hours on. Let's give you a heads up.
Well, let me finish this idea, because this is what.
Oh yeah, go ahead, bro.
Let me finish this.
Okay.
So the animals, we know they don't have the intelligence to enslave each other. They're about life, food, clothing, and shelter every day. Well, we're supposed to be. No animal is everything is survival. Everything is necessity. Remember, I said everything has to have purpose. You have to be, when a person who's really in tune with themselves, you wake up with purpose. You wake up on what you're going to do, what time you're going to wake up, what your schedule is. It's all purpose.
Right.
So that's what they operate on, purpose. They don't operate on all these other fictitious stuff. You know what I mean? They don't even have the intelligence to do that. Although studying nature, everybody goes out and get its own food. There's no government getting food. We're not supposed to have a government or somebody getting food for us. Each animal or each family gets its own food. There's no stores. Are you all understanding this?
Absolutely.
That's where we need to go back to, or we will go back to. Right. And that's all I wanted to finish on.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's what that supersedes all that, what you're sharing and teaching on all this other stuff about this pettiness, about stuff like this. And there's like 50 people listening to this right now.
Justified us as being on equal footing as you.
We're both ungrounded by your standard.
That's what
absolutely.
I'm saying. Yes.
They're debating.
You both are,
but I don't agree with your standard.
We all do.
Right. You're they're
debating. This is what the big debate is: secularism versus Christianity. Can we ground morally without God? What God are they talking about? Look how they look.
That's part of it that you keep trying to put into grounding.
That's what it means.
So wait a second. Let's apply this to truth for a second, okay? Is truth grounded in something objective, or is that because the claim about morality is an epistemic claim as well, so it's relevant? So
I don't think that morality is an objective, absolute truth.
Okay, but do you think that truth itself requires grounding or not? Do you take the same approach to truth as you do morality?
I don't know that I understand the question. I think that truth is a feature of.
Is truth ultimately grounded in something, or is it just like morality? It's just grounded in the whims of time, cultural.
I think these are category errors. Like, I think you're trying to.
Okay, so they're talking about truth and grounding and God. I don't know, man. Like, what God are they talking? They're talking about the mystery God, right? Most likely.
It sounds like they talking about bullshit. Although, let me add this too, though.
Go ahead, brother.
Think about this, you all. You go and you work a job for food, clothing, and shelter, while animals don't work a job. They just go out and each one go out and secure their own food, clothing, and shelter. Or food, they don't wear. They have their own clothing as far as the hair or the animal hairs that they have for clothing. Although they go and secure a home for themselves and food. Here, you work a job to make someone else rich, and the only things that you're trying to secure is to buy food, clothing, and shelter, and other, added things, I guess, like luxury things or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, the great teacher, man, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he gave everybody the plan. He gave them the formula, man. You do for self. Once you work for yourself and you do for self, you make, first of all, you make more money. And then you take the money, the resources that you make from working and doing for yourself, and you buy land. Now, yes, that's going to be something that you're going to have to purchase, but even once you secure the land, now, man, you can build your own house. You can build and house yourself. You can farm. You can feed yourself. Or if you just love meat like that, get you some animals. But anyway, you're taking care of yourself. To the best of your ability. Which is better than like Supreme said. Just doing that little 40 hours a week and then taking that little bit of paycheck they give you and then, go home with that, try to see what you can do with it at Walmart or the local grocery store and which ain't gonna go far, so, and like he said, it just makes more sense, man, for you to do for self because the earth is going to provide and give you what you want. I mean, if it provides, like he said, if the earth provides for a cockroach and for a rat, then damn, it's going to provide for you too.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's true. Think about it. There's billions of roaches, trillions of roaches, probably. Trillions of different animals and insects and different things.
Yeah.
And there's enough for everybody.
Right.
They said you could put the whole U.S. in Texas. That's how much land is in Texas. You could put every person in the United States could just live in one state.
Damn.
Yeah. So we don't have food shortages and whatnot. It's just people hoarding things. Social engineers and whatnot. Evil people.
I mean, they don't want to give people real food, man. There's somebody posted something on McDonald's. He said he had a Happy Meal, a cheeseburger and fries. It was 14 years old and it still looked nearly the same. And hardly
I saw that.
Yeah, 14 years.
Page. The cheese looked like just like they just made it a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, that's not. So that's real food decays. So if that's not real food, what the fuck is that?
Shit. I don't think people want to know.
Yeah, Brother Ali, could you just give us a quick overview about AGE that you used to teach on?
Oh, advanced glycation end product.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I remember that, man. It's been a long time since I even talked about that, man. But yeah, it's I guess it's just weird because they always ask you, well, what's your age? What's your age? How old are you? What's your age? And everybody just assumes that they're talking about, or as we're taught, since we're little, not even assume, you're taught that when someone asks you about your age, they're referring to a particular number, or a numeral, that reflects the amount of revolutions or rotations that you've made around the sun, which is equivalent to a year on our calendar. And this is how we process age in our minds. But what they don't tell you is that age is also an acronym for Advanced Glycation End Product. Advanced Glycation End Product has, and you can look this up, everybody. It has everything to do with cell reproduction, and how your cells reproduce. It's not about them just dying off. It's a certain balance in there. You have to look it up. I'm a little rusty now on the information. It's been a while since I've even taught on this, man. But and that's what it deals with. And and it has to, and cell reproduction, as cells die off in your body, that's what, as we're taught through science, that's what starts the death process in us, because, certain cells are dying off and, now you're going to start to die, or you're going to start to age. What they say, you'll age. You'll start to look aged. Your skin is wrinkling and your hair is gray and this and that. Well, all of those things are just deficiencies. They're deficiencies, in your skin. There's deficiency in your hair. And these things can be corrected. It's what they don't teach you. Just like, the dying off of your cells can be easily reproduced so that you can continue a longer life, but, once again, you have to eat correctly. And not only that, you have to think correctly. Thinking is the other part of that equation.
Right.
But yeah, people should look that up, man. It's AGE, Advanced Glycation End Product.
I have it on the screen right now, but at least the Wikipedia right here. That's the real deal right there.
Oh yeah, that's some serious science right there.
Yeah, it says a lot of the cardiovascular diseases and Alzheimer's have been attributed when people haven't been, monitoring their AGE. And what you said about the dying cells, I experienced when I used to fast. I used to do prolonged fasting every now and then. And I would like, the autophagy effect ain't no joke, because you would get rid of those cells, the older cells, and the new cells would use them as food. It's an interesting thing how you can literally reinvent your cells. I mean, recharge yourself by just slowing down on eating, not eating so many times. I remember the first time I started eating one meal a day is when I started building with you gods, and
Right.
and that was a big deal for me,
Dude, y'all need to be talking to Supreme. Ask him,
That's
man.
right, Supreme.
He don't look a day different than he did 10 years ago, the last time I saw him, man. As a matter of fact, he looks younger and healthier.
Yeah.
He's lost weight. He looks good. Y'all need to find out what he's doing.
Yeah, Supreme, how did you do? How are you doing that? You like reversing the aging process and stuff and whatnot.
Everything is all. How can I put this? I'll just say everything is within your mind, man. You all are absolute on the physical genetics, although how much greater, if the mind is more powerful than physical food, as I mentioned before, your mental food, what you're feeding your mind, then imagine how you could restructure your genetic coding or alter your cells and reprogram your cells by thought. Because we know, based on the God teachings, that the most powerful force in the universe is right thought. Right thought is the greatest food you can feed your body, because that resonates throughout your whole soul, your whole being, your whole essence. So being in accord with that, and then secondary, the dietary and the different things, and proper exercise. I just turned the 13th of November. I just turned a half a century or 50. The body, the vehicle I'm using is a half a century old, and I still can run 2 miles. I still, when I go to the gym, I still hoop the little youngsters up. You know what I'm saying? They don't know I'm 50, although, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's
you turned 50. You're 3 years.
Yes,
my birthday was a couple of days before that. I turned 47. I forgot you were 50. That's a big That's a big thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So basically, this knowledge and thinking. What you all want to know the secret? It's this new
Yes.
mind. You have to feed yourself. Your mind is looking to be fed new knowledge, new ideas, just as much as your body wants food or a different food. You might feel like noodles or salmon this day, or vegetables this day, or pasta or whatever, and the next day something else. The body or the mind, pardon me, the mind is meant to be receptive of new things, new ideas mainly. You don't never want to wear the same thing every day or eat the same thing every day. Your body will get sick. So it wants something original or new, and you have to keep feeding it new things.
Yeah.
Just like I'm on a new thing now. I never this vessel never thought it would be coming from this vessel, that the destruction of religion will be coming through this vessel. We always thought religion was so vast, whatever. Although all I had to do is put out the truth and make people think. Why is it in the Bible that Lot fucked his daughters? You know what I mean? Of a so-called omnipotent God, he got drunk and not only he fucked his daughters, he was raped by his daughters. What type of a God? See, I am God, so I know I could question the false God and let you know how the real one would be. Ain't nowhere in the world I need that type of buffoonery and foolishness to prove any fucking thing. That's totally demonic. For you to say the last man you killed off the world and the last guy you left standing, we talking about Noah's Ark. You drowned, you flooded the whole world, and the last person you left standing, the last family, was some ancestral people and a drunken guy that fucked his wife. That fucked his daughters and got raped by them. Because we all know a man can't be raped. So that's horseshit. My brother Ali said horseshit. That's horseshit right there. You dig?
Yeah.
So we not gonna stand for that horseshit, right, brother Ali?
That's right. That's horseshit, brother.
Go in on that, brother, on this Lot story.
Look at this.
What the hell?
This is Lot.
And I sure never let those monkeys in my house, angels.
It's getting awfully late. I think you should go to bed.
You're right. Grab some salt, will you?
That's Lot with his daughter.
Here, Daddy. Let me get you out of those clothes.
Thanks, mister.
Now just lay down, Daddy. Jenny will take care of everything.
I think you may want to see this. What? All I see is Lot's daughter Jenna raping him. You're not upset over this? No. You don't want to, destroy the cave or turn her into a pile of, I don't know, licorice? Don't be silly. That's wholesome family values right there. Dum-de-dum-de-dum-de-dum-de-dum.
Okay, God.
Okay, I lay yesternight with my father, and let me tell you, girl, it was good. But now, let us make him drink wine this night also, and you can go in and lie with him.
Whatever, as long as I can get my freak on.
Oh, what happened last night? My head hurts, both of them.
Hi, Daddy!
Ah!
Sorry, Daddy.
You know what cures a hangover, right?
What?
More wine.
Oh, God. Oh, wait, I hate that guy. Woo! Let's party! Now the other daughter's raping Lot. Are you still watching that? Pervert. You're messed up. You know that?
Thus were both
He got him.
daughters
He knocked him up.
with child by their father. You.
Okay. Now, let me get this straight. You're both still virgins, but you're pregnant. And at the same time. Now, how does that happen?
Magic?
Works for me.
That's what it says in those stories, bro. Yeah.
And that's the reason why I remember. That's why Supreme used to told people in the class. He called that the Bible it's the Bible book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's a reason, man. Because man, it's just there's truth in that book, and then there's a whole lot of nonsense and/or horseshit in that book. And but it's in there for a reason. You know what I mean? Whenever you want to control the masses, you control them, through the information, that they're taking in, just like, it's like the DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of mental disorders. Used to be the Bible of the medical world. Well, in that DSM, it always used to say that homosexuality is a mental disorder, and that's what the DSM said all the way up until 1973 or 1974, I believe, is when they removed that out of there. They took it out, and the only people that took it was the homosexuals in the medical field that got into that book and said, well, no, we don't like this. Let's take that out, or let's reconfigure it. Let's mess with it. Well, it's the same thing, man. The same example of what they did with the Bible. People get in there and mess with that information, man, and get to, add in that kind of nonsense. Whether that's true or not, who knows? But but the main point is whether or not he actually slept with his daughters. It has no business, being a point of reference or something for you to teach to someone. Why teach that shit? When there's much other righteous things that could be taught.
Well, they teach that in order to make somebody comfortable in their own wickedness. So if you wicked as hell and you see somebody having a book, they have something about Lot being just as fucked up as you are, that kind of makes you feel a little better,
It makes you feel a little bit better about your nonsense. Damn.
Yeah, and speaking of what you were sharing, Brother Ali, about the homosexuality being a disorder, there's also been a push the last couple of years in that same manual to make pedo activity a mental disorder, and not just like, you know what I mean? That's another one too.
In California, they've been trying to make pedophile or pedophilia. They're trying to say that some people are born attracted to children, just as some people are born attracted to the same sex. Just some twisted stuff, man.
It's sick. It's some sick shit.
If you notice, about every civilization, whether if it's the Roman Empire, even Egypt and other empires and nations, their last sign of destruction was when they started to corrupt the innocent or the children. Start with homosexuality, and then that would lead to pedophilia, and that's what we've been under. We've been under the rule of pedophiles, while people have been thinking homosexuals have the great power. It's really been the pedophiles.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. This is the MSD manual right here. I have on the screen. It says
DSM.
Yeah, it says pedophilic disorder. Pedophilic disorder is characterized by recurrent intense sexual arousing fantasies, urges, or behaviors involving sexual activity with prepubescent children, 13 or younger. Based on the clinical criteria, it is diagnosed only when the patient is 16 or older. Yeah.
Damn.
I shared with these people a long time. Go ahead, brother.
No, I was just going to say, that's the reason why. Once in that same Bible book in Leviticus 20, 2013, it says specifically there, man, that you're supposed to kill the homosexual. Why? Why are you supposed to kill him? Simply because he's a homosexual? No, that's not what the Bible was saying. You don't do it just because of that. You do it because of what it can lead to. It, like Supreme said, it will eventually destroy your nation, because it's not going to just stop with two men just having, a funny little affair behind a barn. It's going to go beyond that. It's what you see today. They're chopping the penises off of little boys. You're giving puberty blockers to kids, man. This is what you do when you leave homosexuality unchecked. It will continue to grow and spread into nonsense that you won't believe. That's why you hear all this shit about this nonsense with these entertainers, which is not surprising to me, but because I always knew all of them was some homosexuals, all of them. I've been known that, and that goes for Tupac too. For all you Tupac lovers, him and Diddy were lovers, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm. That's absolute. Yeah, my brother here. What I was going to add though is it's an abomination, not on a doctrinational thing. Like the brother said, it corrupts the society. And remember, I was talking about nature, studying nature. If you study nature, whenever there's a deformed animal, they kill it. Ain't that right, Brother Ali?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not fit to survive. Not only it won't survive, it's just something they don't, they don't deal with, or their instinct tells them that they need to come back. You mess up something, you redo it. If you got to tear it down and rebuild it or whatever, so that lets you know animals naturally, not unintelligently, because they don't have the intelligence. They have intelligence, but not the intelligence that human beings have. They know that energy keeps coming back, or what we call reincarnation. If they thought anything other than that, then they would have. He's still playing. Oh, go ahead, brother. Go ahead and play.
No, I'm getting the clip ready for. I'm listening. Okay. I'm doing my producer thing.
Hey, go ahead, bro.
You listen now.
It's
Tell
your
me this
form,
is.
Man, I'm enjoying it.
Oh no, this is for y'all. This is for y'all. I'm just setting the table.
Okay.
This is so y'all think this is natural?
Kilo Davis is 5 years old, just like any other little boy, except that Dyson likes to wear dresses. Beach dresses, wedding dresses, disco dresses, cheerleader outfits, and especially princess dresses.
They make me feel happy, and I like them what they are.
Dyson started wearing dresses when he was barely 2 years old.
We had our first public display at daycare. Dyson ran up to me, smile as big as you can believe, in a red dress with pink heels. And I froze. I was looking around to see what the other parents were saying and how they were kind of looking at me.
That's the old He-Man looking bitch, man.
God damn, that dude look like a dude.
You don't think she's a handsome woman?
Hey, that motherfucker sounds like China from WWE.
Handsome woman.
I was like, is that China from WWE? Now, why isn't this child abuse? We're talking about a 3-year-old is telling if a person can get locked up if a child goes out and steals and they're not supervising them, go out and shoot somebody. Why is it now okay for a 3-year-old to tell you it wants to wear a dress? If this is so, of course we know this is fabricated.
Yeah.
This is, as Brother Ali said, horse shit.
Yeah.
Special K with the comment says Adam's apple confirmed. A handsome.
Yeah, that's a dude.
Yeah. She looks like a tan devil too.
Well, you can't really look at them. I mean, because they don't have I've seen some tan devils that was dark as fucking. I was like, what is wrong with this motherfucker? You know what I mean? And you go find out they got, some devil genes somewhere deep.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
like Jesse Lee Peterson or something like that.
But what's amazing to me is that where's this boy's daddy at? Where's his pappy?
Oh, they're gonna show him. Watch. I think they'll show him. Let's see. Watch his brother.
He couldn't be much of a
Cheryl
father.
Dyson is
Yeah.
a psychologist who assured her he was healthy and engaging in perfectly normal behavior. But Cheryl tried to steer him towards other clothes, other interests. But he always seemed to come back to dresses. After school one day,
He got home and said, "Look at mommy, I'm a pretty princess." And I looked at him very, very seriously. And I said, "Boys are not princesses. Girls are." And he looked me right back, very, very strong, and said, "I am a princess boy."
things came to a head at Halloween.
That was
Cheryl
a
had
comment.
taken Dyson and his brother Jacoby to the store to find costumes.
My older son, Jacoby, went for the action figure aisle, and he found a Ninja Turtle outfit and was good, very happy. Dyson saw this blue
Oh my
Cinderella
God.
dress, and he just begged, can you please get me a dress, Mom? And at that moment...
No, I'd be like, no, son. I mean, I get it. You want to wear it, but boys don't wear dress. That's like, shut it down, lady. Or man, or whatever you are. Ma'am, sir. Yeah.
And this is a
Shut it down.
bitch, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You all want to know my secrets also. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Just like any other P, you know what I mean? You got to keep a distance from a bitch, man. They'll suck your energy. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like that movie Hancock, you know what I mean? The closer he got to the bitch, the more he kept losing his power. So they're made not just to suck you up as far as, you know, their pussy, although they suck you up as far as your energy as well. And if you don't know how to keep your distance and you're always laying up with, you know what I'm saying? And you don't have any discipline over yourself, then that's a weapon to a woman. When she sees, she's going to first size you up, whatever your weakness is. If sex is a weakness to you, she's going to use that to control your ass, period.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a girl that tried to come over here in the stream the last couple of weeks, and she tried to show her basically her box by sitting on the, like basic instinct with her legs open and trying to show herself like that. But come on, bro. I could see right through you, what you're trying to do. It's like,
And
you don't need that.
the reason why a woman has no value, because all she can have to get a man to submit is her pussy. And that has to a real man, that has no value. It's like, bitch, I need to know how well you can submit to my will and follow my instructions before I even care about your pussy. I don't give a fuck about your looks or none of that. You got to first serve me, because the only way a woman's gonna stay and submit to you is you have to keep her always feeling like she's second. The moment she feels like she's first and she's no longer second, you're fucked.
That's it. Yep. And this is this is that woman I was telling you about. That was, people in the chat know she was trying to play her shit over here, honeypot shit. This is her. Let me show you guys what we'll be dealing with on this channel, on our channel. Check this shit out. It's wild. He went over to my friends.
Fill me in on what you had to say about me.
Yes, I absolutely will.
This girl from Australia
I'll
trying to
tell you
show
what
her
I
shit
think
to me and my other friends.
We were talking about, she said that she went over and she acted really weird when this came up, and we were trying to suss out what it was.
Yeah, this girl, Joe Cool from Chicago, shout out to Joe Cool, talking about is this girl over here, Eternal, from Australia, this video hoe, whatever the fuck she is. And she got mad because I just asked her a simple question. I said, why when you go over to this guy Jack's channel, you're all talking about higher consciousness and present yourself in like a lady, but when you come over to my channel, you shake your ass and show your box to everyone? I just asked that question, and she got pissed, and she ran over to his channel to complain about it because it hit something to her. I was trying to help her clean herself up, but she took it the wrong way. Listen to this shit.
The guy, the host of the show, NPC or whatever his name is,
That's
said
me.
that, over at Jack's, you weren't so sexy and stuff. You're just a regular chick. And over here, you're showing us the sexy side. Why is that?
Excuse me, I wasn't sexy. Have you not seen me? I love male attention. I'm a divine feminine. And
Divine feminine, that's like code word for being a thought for some of these girls. They take that and run with it.
Whore.
Look at this.
She can say whatever she want out of her mouth. Yeah. You look at a bitch's actions, what she does. She'll say I've heard them say all kinds of things out their mouth. I'm not this, I'm not that, I'm not polygamous, I'm not that. And the bitch goes on based on how she feels. She's not we're based on intelligence or intellect. She's based on feelings. And that's why there's a lot of divorces and different things, because they don't understand the broad. You know, they take her serious. You never can take the bitch seriously. I don't care what she says or does. Never take her seriously.
It's the actions, yeah. And Zephyr, shout out to Zephyr with the comment. She said she's still mad at you. Yeah, because Zephyr, you were trying to tell her to, you know, slow down, and she didn't like. Even the woman, one of our panelists and friends, this Zephyr, our friend, she was telling this girl, slow down, you know, like just relax. And she got mad at her too. And this girl was one of her biggest supporters. And mind you, you'll see she has a 4-year-old daughter running around the stream where she's talking about how she wants to take multiple dicks. This is wild. Listen to this shit.
I will own it. You know, if I act slutty and I want multiple guys,
did you hear that?
Want multiple guys. You know, if I act slutty and I want multiple guys, I'll have it. Like, it's no
Look at
one's
Jack.
problem.
He's a Christian.
But,
A whole nother subject.
I'm telling you, bro. I was getting this warm for you guys.
Now, brother.
I'm telling you. And this is my friend Jack Talcott. He's pretty cool. He's a Christian dude, you know, and a lot of people attack him.
Let me share with you how the P's, you know what I mean, have so much success with the broads. It's because they know that the broads think opposite as we do. When you start thinking that the bitch thinks the same as you, that's where you lose. They know she's emotion. They know she's 99.9% emotions. We're 99.9% intelligence. Her job is to get you to go into the forbidden apple, into your emotional state. Then once she gets you to do that, then you now follow her.
Right.
You're no longer first. You're now second, because you failed and went to your lower self, or you ate the forbidden apple, because no bitch can ever love you. She only loves your approval. She only loves the attention you give her. She only loves those things. She can never personally love you like you can love her on a physical thing. But you're not supposed to do that, because that's the forbidden apple. You love with the lady. You love when she's serving you, her actions, when she's behaving or doing it. But you never love the bitch personally or physically, because they can't be trusted, man. They are the reactionary. They're the reactionary to man. They're man's reactionary.
Right. Because literally, if she were to come on this panel right now, she would try to get you and Supreme Ali's brother Ali's number or email. And she'll probably try to, you know what I'm saying? This girl's
that bitch
like
get to
thirsty.
my program way out there, I'll give her you know what I mean? It's just, you know, what the problem is with men is they have a problem, you know, with a broad leaving them. And you're supposed to be just like a corporation, man. When a corporation, when they lose somebody, they don't freak out. They got 90 people who have applied, and you know that void could be easily fulfilled. That's the way you have to keep the bitch on the string, and that keeps her with you, because she knows she could be easily replaced. When she knows you have nothing to replace her with, you're going to be given all kinds of tests.
Yeah. Well, this woman's playing a dangerous game, because she has a husband or a baby daddy that's out working while she's thoughting around on here trying to monkey branch to any dude that'll listen.
Okay,
you know,
well,
that's
like I said, the P's know that the bitch is promiscuous and bitches are mischievous. And so what they do, they exploit. They know the bitch love to be out there freaking off and doing all that weird shit. You know what I mean? So they make the woman free to really be what she really wants to be. And in appreciation of that, she pays him, or you know what I mean? She no, seriously.
No, I'm laughing at the comment. I'm listening.
He appreciates that.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
This is the next phase we're gonna have to understand, man. In order to deal with our women, we have to really understand the difference with the P's. You know, they have understanding of the bride. They like master that. So they know, you know, when some bitches like to be choked during sexual affairs and encounters and slapped or whatever. I had one of my brides tell me one time she wanted a fine bitch too. I mean, physically. She liked to be walked around like a dog. They'll tell you their secret fantasies if they feel comfortable with you to tell you that. Now, on the mental level, some of them like, well, not some of them. They like, on the secret, they like to be talked to harshly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They
Demeaned.
like a little
demeaned.
Right. That's why they say they like an asshole or whatever. It's not that represents masculinity, because they're like, if this motherfucker can talk to me any kind, he ain't no punk. He ain't.
Yeah.
They see a different spectrum as we do.
Yeah.
Or the world has taught us, really, the nice guy, because back in the 40s and 50s, guys used to be cocky all the time. You know what I mean? They
for
had
sure.
the woman didn't work or anything, so they'll come on like, hey, broad, where's my dinner? Where's it? You know what I mean? Women were more feminine then. They've been taken out of that realm, and now they feel like they got a dick too. Ain't that right, Brother Ali?
Yeah.
Feel like
Yeah.
their dick is bigger than yours.
Yeah. Brother Ali had a team.
What's that?
Brother Ali, you know exactly probably what Supreme's talking about. You had teams and stuff and whatnot, as we say.
Oh, women?
Yes.
Oh yeah, man. It was required. It was necessary at the time. I mean, obviously life has slowed down a little bit, but even still today, man. I'm still single. I mean, I love being single. Especially since my mate passed, years ago, man. I'm
sorry to hear that again.
Yeah. I just stayed single, man, all that time. But still, see, the thing about it is there's a position of it's the position of power as a man that you have when you have your shit together, man, and you're living correctly, man. I have a house that I stay in. I pay for my house. I don't need a woman. First of all, I don't need to move into another woman's place because I need somewhere to stay. So I need her. No bullshit. I don't need shit from you. I provide for myself. I pay for this. I don't need a woman to move in with me because I need her to kick in and go in half with me in order for me to afford to pay for this. Fuck that. I can afford to pay for it. I make good enough money doing what I do to afford my house. I can afford my bills, my groceries. I dress it up and furnish it really nice. The only thing a woman can do is come into my home and try to figure out, how can I be a part of his life? Because the man's got everything he needs already set up, and he works for himself. So that means that he's focused on his money. His time is his money. So how can I fit into his equation? And that's what keeps him, brother. Like Supreme said, the moment that you let her become number one and she figures, oh shit, I'm more important to him than his house, than his money, than his time. I'm number one now. Oh yeah, she getting ready to give you all kind of trouble, man. All kind of trouble. So you keep them number two, man. You make sure they respect the fact, you respect my time. You respect the fact, man, that I'm inviting you into my world. I'm inviting you into a situation where I'm providing and taking care of you, not the other way around, sweetheart. And if that's what you're looking for, you need to go out there and find that with one of the more weak-minded niggas, but you're not going to be happy with that. How long before you're going to be complaining about his ass? You know what I'm saying? It's better for you to go on ahead and come on and get down over here with me, and let me put you up on some of this truth and righteousness over here and let you join the team.
Absolutely.
And just like the great teacher, he, while he passed and whatnot, he had different ailments that he had because he science with the foods. So people couldn't say, how to eat don't work, that they eat 4 meals a day. He already tried it out, as he told people. He said, you can't come and tell me that bullshit because I've already tested it. He said, in all the afflictions, he was afflicted. So he was afflicted with different bronchitis and different medical things that the great teacher had because we're scientists. We read the signs. And so he had the sign or the math and the science that this program works.
Yeah.
And with those other things, all those other foods and wrong times and all these different meals all over the place, they don't sit well with us. So
Right.
I've already tried this thing with the woman thing. You know, I had a bitch that, you know, I wasn't intentional. I gave her which, you know, I talked to her how I felt like talking to her. When she acted up, I told the bitch, you know, she was stupid or whatever else for that. Now, mind you, abroad to say, you know, things out of this world, you know, based on this world, say where, oh, why do you talk to me like that? And you know, but I told her, I said, hey, you don't like my program, you're gonna get you plenty of nice guys, you guys that'll lick your ass and kiss you and everything. But guess what? The bitch kept coming back to me because that's what she likes. It ain't what she say out her mouth, is what the bitch's action. They follow their feelings.
Right.
And she felt secure with me because, number one, I don't need the bitch. That's manly, because a man that needs a bitch is constantly sniffing behind her. He ain't no man to her. He's a wimp. So that's why they get cheated on. She'll be having another dude and paying him and taking him out because he makes her feel like a woman in her place, which is second. Only way she's gonna feel like a woman, she has to feel second. If she feels first in your world, she feels like she's the main priority and you're not the prize, the bitch is gone.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I know from experiments or experimentation as scientists that we are.
Right. We're coming off the 1 hour and the 90-minute mark. You mind if brothers, if I drop the link for some, because some of these chatters might want to come
Pardon me,
up.
went off time. I'm so fascinated with truth, man. Like I said, I eat, sleep, drink, and wake up for this, just like you all do. And I just, you know, I go onto a high plane, man. Once when we are on touching on different things, you all know me. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, it's all related, Supreme. I mean, we're able to make it all, you know, get it all reconnected, get it connected. You have gifts for that. Both you brothers, of making the complex seem, you know, attainable, comprehensible. You know, the truth made simple is the best. You know, well, the truth is simple, huh?
Absolutely.
When it comes down to it, yeah.
Absolutely. So yeah, that bride still be calling me up to my how do you miss somebody that you so called said with, you know, even a ex-wife of mine, you know, you have to go back on things. We was together 17 years. She'll swear up and down how, you know, these bitches always say how strict out their mouth, how strict you were, or how strict this was. But bitch, you was with me for 20 years. What is that? What does that say?
20 years.
Or they'll have a bitch. She'll be getting her ass beat by the dude and mistreated, and she'll still be with the guy. There'll be plenty of nice guys they don't want them guys.
No,
the guy that's gonna take care of her, that's gonna kiss her ass, that's never the guy she wants. If she does settle with him for his money or for whatever illusion, she thinks she's dreaming about another motherfucker on the side, or she's fucking him on the side. Like the broad you talking about got a husband, but she's on there entertaining other men.
Yep. Constantly, every day. Listen to this. Let's go. How do I play that shit? Oh, there it is.
That's what I like, and that, you know, that shouldn't be anybody's issue. If I want to come and act slutty, I will. If I want to, you know, twerk my ass, I will. If I want to come talk about morals and beautiful grounding substance, I will. So there's just a balance to me, and people need to just chill, because, you know, there's so many layers to me, and I guess it's just, you know, at the time how I'm feeling, and I will be like that. So, you know, I think just people need to really relax.
So,
Jack.
praise God.
He said,
Sincerely.
praise God. That's
That bitch just
child
wants some
cut.
attention. That obviously she
Yeah.
was, you know what I mean? I'll starve a bitch from attention, man. I go in two-step clubs and areas there, you know, because I like to two-step dance. And the only bitch that even get a dance from me is bitches that if I feel their energy is humble and they have some femininity. All them bitches that be thinking they all that, I don't even, them bitches are a mark in the dark to me, man. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. She's angry that I won't give her the time to shine over here.
Yeah.
Because she got nothing to offer me. Or this
That's all
my
right. She
community.
sticks around because when you don't want the bitch, that's when she wants you.
Yeah, exactly. She liked when I like raised my voice a little bit. Usually I don't do that, but I had to let her know, you know, some things.
She likes you.
She liked it a lot.
Yeah.
And then she went over to the simp that I used to collab with, and he's just simping all over her, going to these proceed battles, going to me and my friend London Man, like trying to white knight, as they say, for her. He's just a straight simp, dog.
Yeah.
This is wild out here.
They like that.
Captain Save a Hoe.
Yeah, that's it. I want to be saved. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's why I think my ex used to say, that black men go to white women because they let them treat them any kind of way. Like, no, bitch. They go to other races because they know how to be receptive of being second and being talked to and they ain't trying to be number one and run the man's world. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's why they fuck with the other races. Ain't nobody want to deal with no hard-headed bitch gonna be constantly trying to weird bitch. But like I said, I don't give most of these nigga bitches, man, they can't get the time of day. They don't even get they don't even get a hi or a nod from me. Like they're totally non-existent. I see them, but I don't see them because they don't exist to me. That falsehood doesn't exist. They're not submissive. They're not humble. They're not feminine. You know, feminine meaning, you know, you have more of the yielding nature. You know what I mean? You're supposed to be the one that yields. When you're trying to go ahead of the, you know, when you have an emerging lane, somebody has to yield and go forward and be first or the head. So the broad's job is to be yielding for the man to lead and go first. And she go following behind him.
Well,
these bitches, huh? Go ahead, bro.
The black woman, man, she has a hatred of God problem. You know, it's serious. I mean, she hates her creator, man, and her creation to the core. And it shows just simply look at their hair, man. That's not your hair, black woman. And I don't care what your excuse is for why you flat iron it or you perm it or you weave in it or whatever you doing that's other than the way that you were born with. But the way that you were born with is the way that it should be. And that's the way you should be proud of that. You know, and you don't see and that's the difference between black women and black men. You got some black men out there that are messing with their hair and stuff, but they're sissies, man. You know, getting perms and, you know, finger waves and trying to look like a bitch. Man, most of them dudes are sissies, man, that do that. And that's very few that you see. Most brothers are rocking afros or fades or, you know, brush waves or something in their head, but they usually keep it natural. You know, but black women, they all got straight hair for some reason, and but they weren't born with it, you know, but yet they always talking about, you know, the white woman. The white woman is culturally appropriating. Nobody culturally appropriates on this planet more than the black woman. She's walking around here with straight hair, blonde hair, red hair, all the shit that is not natural to her race. All because she's angry at her creator and she's jealous of Becky. You know, and she shouldn't be. You know, you don't see the white woman run into the hair store asking them, "Ooh, let me get a pack of that nappy number 9. I gotta have a nappy afro this week." You don't see them doing that. White women, they don't have a problem with, you know, how they're created. You know, they accept the way that they look. Do they make some, makeup and all here and there? Yeah, they do all that. But generally, though, they don't have a problem with their creation like the black woman does. That's why you see these bitches, these black women running around here, man, with these damn eyelashes, man. 6 inches hanging off their eyes and their face, and it's just their nails. It's just it looks like Halloween gone wrong, a Halloween costume that went wrong. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, a lot of things. So, a man doesn't need that. I was getting a transmission earlier today on why. Because if you think about it, any bitch out here can just go out. She just got to. Guys are so thirsty. She just have a bitch can go out there with her hair half combed. Some of them said that. They said motherfuckers was getting it, trying to get their number. They wasn't even dressed right. Bitch didn't even take a shower yet. She just went to the store with shorts and hair wasn't combed and was still getting numbers. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Now, that lets you know if she has to do all this fake stuff to make herself up, to have the appearance of confidence that men naturally have. You know what I'm saying? She has to do all this shit to her eyes, her hair, her nose, her mouth. She's still insecure. So that's.
Mm-hmm. What happened?
Oh, shoot me. Hurt me. Oh, yeah.
Are we watching a porno now?
Oh, that's good.
We gotta talk. I hope I didn't disappoint you.
What did we do?
Well, I have a confession to make, too.
Really?
My eyes aren't really green.
Damn.
You know what else?
Another secret.
Damn.
This is nice.
Hey, brother, I'll let you bald head.
Yeah, that's how it be.
I am glad to get these off.
No, not that. Not the tits. Please tell me.
Now you get the right color.
This voluptuous ass of mine.
Mm.
Guys, always get a kick out of this one. Wait.
Ain't got no legs. Yeah.
Oh, God, I feel so much better. I know you do, too.
Look. Ooh. Woo. Hey. You.
No way.
I have got to.
Oh, please, jug me, come on. Don't make me hop after you. Come on, baby.
Great clip. I like that.
Yeah.
I thought he was watching a porno for me. I'm like, what the hell? This brother throwing on a porno and shit? I heard all this moaning.
Could be. No, she's doing too much, brother. Doing way too much. They got the BBLs nowadays too.
Well, anyway, let's raise the frequency.
Let's do it.
I know we were on the Trump thing. This is sort of with the. I mean, it's still informing. We touch on all frequencies though. We were building earlier about, of course, the election. We touched on the 5G. I shared many things as far as the real Bible. I wouldn't say Bible, although the real lesson is nature that's constantly teaching you. If you just look at nature, you would see it would have a lot of answers for people on their questions. Is homosexuality, is that natural? Is that accepted? Well, look at nature. You know what I'm saying? Look at other things that bear witness to whatever you're asking. So, yeah, we kind of want to touch on some of those. Any questions or anything? Anybody? I'm always good with questions. Because the person that controls the conversation is the one who asks questions. So
Let's talk about
Anything,
let me ask
anything
you a
somebody
question.
wants to know. If you want to know why the wind blows or where did air come from, you have beings on here that at least myself, I can answer. I deal on all frequencies, and if I don't have the answer, I can summon them within my essence, and you'll know it's absolute. Let's go on that note. Can we get that?
Dancing. Why is dancing such a so important? Because a lot of people, they don't remember back in the day, Ice Cube would say, but I don't party and shake my butt. I leave that to the brothers with the funny haircuts.
Yeah.
Like it was some masculine thing to never dance or something. Like men can't dance and have fun or whatever.
Well,
What
that's
is
the
dancing,
gates.
brother?
Remember, they're gangsters. You know what I mean? They like, they don't have a problem with spending their life in prison. But Ice Cube's a studio gangster. You know what I mean? Studio gangster, all those guys. But they're talking to the niggas that don't mind spending 30 years looking at other dudes' booty holes the rest of their life and being around dudes and shit. So that lets you know about them niggas. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Shout out to Special K's in the building. How's it going? Chi-Town in the house. How's it going, Special K?
But you did pose a question, right? On
yes.
Hey,
dancing.
how's it going? Nice to see you. Thank you guys for sorry I'm losing my voice. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
We can hear you, sister.
Ali, Mr. Ali, the Supreme Creator, Manifestation, NPC, my brother. This is a great stream, and I just wanted to come up and join the conversation a bit and just say I appreciate you guys so much about everything you've been talking about.
We appreciate you for participating.
Absolutely.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm ready to hear more about what you were just going into. So if it's okay, I'll just hang out.
Hit us with some questions.
You got a question, sister? Much love to you and Jay.
I'll definitely I'm still learning.
Okay.
Like I don't like to interrupt, and I need to work on that on my reacting. But Sherelle had given me a pointer on wait 3 seconds before or after someone stopped talking and then chime in. What do you guys think? Is that okay?
Sure. That'll work.
Okay. I'm going to mute myself, but if I have any questions, I really like these topics. The
Right.
5 you touched on, the whole Bible. I don't know if you've heard of William Cooper or
Bill Cooper, yes.
Yes. Jordan Maxwell. A lot of things I've been touching on with or listening with them, and as Jordan Maxwell, RIP, he would put it as the sun in the sky is really what is keeping everyone alive, and without that sun, and it all comes back to Mother Nature, which is what you had said. And real quick story, like I was in 4th grade, born raised in Catholic school, and I was kicked out of church during school because I had said I wanted to become a tree in my next life, and the Father Mark said, well, you don't believe in reincarnation, and I was sent back to school and had to write I will never say I believe in reincarnation. I am a Catholic student, and that stuck with me like for a long time. So I just appreciate your open mind and critical thinking and all the knowledge you have sharing with us today. So thank you.
Yeah, brother. Special K's a super brilliant, fast learner. Yeah. She's a great artist as well. Her and her husband Jay are some of the coolest people I met in recent years. Yeah.
Cool.
Feelings mutual. Yes, sir.
I thought I seen a K or special. Who was that K that used to come into my broadcast?
Your broadcast?
Right. Did you used to listen to me on BTR?
BTR.
Okay, maybe somebody else. I remember some K. Which K was that?
Was that Oracle? Was that Oracle?
Was it you
Back in the
that
day,
invited me there, NPC, that one?
No, I didn't know what gender they were. They never came. I just see, you can tell who listens. Maybe somebody with a K or something. So I didn't know which one.
Yeah, Special K is just like I said, she's very astute learner. She's already seems to be getting on board. She's good.
Okay,
great.
well, let me answer the question about the dancing.
Oh yes.
Basically, what dancing does, it first of all, I'm trying to explain it because it affects the whole body, mind, body, spirit, emotions. Everything is intertwined when one is dancing. Music means to move it, so when you dance, you're feeling the music, and your mind is at peace. Everything is in harmony. It really harmonizes your cells, your mind, body, and spirit, and it allows you to really be one with yourself from harmonizing that. I remember the great teacher said, Master Farad sold silk, and we know when you wear silk on your skin, it harmonizes your cells on your body. So that's
right.
similar to dancing.
Fascinating.
That's absolutely correct. What he said, especially about the silk and linen, and I think wool are they have an effect on the body, man. Because of their natural fibers and what's in them. Yeah, that's absolute.
Brother Lee, didn't you say sometimes you would go out to in Cleveland, like downtown, with your team and stuff, and your family, and like you'd be dressed in traditional garb and stuff? Sometimes,
Yeah. When we dress traditionally like that, yeah, we dress righteously. Then we had our nights when we went out and we go dancing. We dress secular. Dress like everybody else. I like to put on some nice stuff too. I got some Timbs and jeans and all that. I like to wear but yeah, man. We go dance. I used to love to dance. I used to dance for my mates here at the house. At night. When we're entertaining each other. On little nights when we're doing our thing. And I didn't mind. And they enjoyed it.
I love that. I love that. I think dancing is a medicine. Like it totally just. I mean, to me, music it means so much. It can create just if I'm in a down mood, it can just completely switch my energy. I do have a question since I don't know if you both are more like higher up in like the knowing of like the all knowing, but my better half Jay had went to a String Cheese Incident concert in Chicago, and it's more of a jam band, and he ended up seeing these people. They were called the Illuminati, and it was a very weird vibe. Have you ever heard of that?
I think we were talking about him earlier with Trump. I don't know when you came on, or we were touching up on the cabal and how the Patriots took over the NSA basically and overthrown the cabal, or you call Illuminati, or the elites and whatnot.
What were they wearing, Jay? It was a Halloween show. It was a Halloween show, but they were they were calling themselves not the Illuminati, and there was a bunch of them that were like just being like very like spanking people's asses. Like it was really weird that he'd never seen
it. Sound like a Diddy freak out party.
Yeah, yeah dude. Yeah. Almost.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
The nigga Diddy, huh?
It seems like like they're cosplaying the Illuminati that we were talking about earlier. The true Illuminati.
I never thought of it like that.
Wow. Yeah. Now the Les twins, man, those dudes the dude is just so raw. Light, and the one you got playing, they both, if you notice how they dance, they're very light in the feet. I don't know how much you guys weigh, but they can do so many things with their feet, and it just makes them untouchable for anybody to battle them.
Look at that move! Oh my
dancing
God.
is foot movement and body movement. If you notice how they move, it's just so light, you can't really keep up, and they can create because, and that has to do with fit. Now the gay moves, I don't know about that, but
Like Brother Lee's talking about
I
the
think
nay
them two be messing with each other sometimes. They be doing some gay shit together. But if you
Yeah.
notice in the back, she's talking about the Illuminati. He has the pyramid with the hood on in the back. If you notice,
Oh yeah,
when
he
he turns
does.
his back,
Yeah, he does have that on.
we've been knowing they've been, you know, once they started hooking up with Beyonce and they were in, you know, they started getting in with these people. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And I
I've seen them at the
I'm
Badu
pretty
concert
sure
in
they did
Berkeley.
some gay.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
this
sure
is
they did some gay shit to get in big with these people, right, Brother Ali?
yeah, this is dance battles and stuff. Supreme got a lot of videos on his Facebook page of him dancing, but it's like a lot of hand dancing, you know, which is different. You know, hand dancing is therapeutic. You know, it's really good for the body, man. Especially like if you don't feel good or you're sick or something, you should go out hand dancing with someone who knows how to hand dance, and you'll feel a whole lot better at the end of the night.
Yeah.
That's really
Well, no, we're
wild.
there in Chicago where you're from, Kato. The stepping, that's big there, right? Stepping.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. But the hand dancing thing, I was just watching where you know how you say the Beck Yeah thing? It's on Tua Pre and he's all about like high vibes. And he was just I was watching, do you remember that guy you had on the video who was doing the massage with the hand therapy NPC?
Oh yeah, the Indian barber.
With the
Yes.
the handlebar mustache, dude.
Yes.
Like that. I mean, it
Oh
was
yeah.
kind of like a
Awesome.
well-beingness. I don't know what
This
kind
guy.
of hand dancing, but that sounds almost like a healing therapy. Like
You're talking about this guy. Check this out.
yes.
Legit. You'll like this.
It's great.
Yo, this streamer is a trip. How you can bring up anything.
His facial expression.
I don't know how we got here.
No, but it's like
The hell?
This looks like
massage.
He's massaging him.
Yeah, the good thing he can't see, you know. His face, I
Hey,
think,
this look gay as hell, bro.
Yeah, it looks a little weird, man.
Yeah. The way he rubs the ears like he's rubbing something else.
yeah, them two fingers right there. I see that.
I ain't about to have no dude feeling on me. You know what I mean?
No, not like that.
Making a face like that.
That's
No,
why
hell no.
his eyes are closed, but he's gonna see this later and probably not go back unless it really feels like you changed him.
That looks like he's playing with the woman roast beef or something.
He might as well just lick his finger and stick it in his ear.
Shit. Look at that.
He might as well
play with the bees. Look at that.
Oh,
His
that's
wife is happy.
gay. That's gay.
Look at his face.
That's gay. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. The nookie.
Pop this collar.
He getting ready to take his shirt all the way off.
It was some real. I mean, it was hardcore, but like even with the chiropractor stuff I see, I don't know about that. Like if you hit it wrong, you know, if you hit him the wrong way, like can't that? Really,
Oh, you can break your neck.
Yeah. But what kind of hand dancing are you? I can look that up later, actually.
It's called hand dancing, Brother Ali.
What's that? I don't know. No, I said, you know, if you look like I was saying that Supreme, you know, has a lot of videos on his Facebook page of him out hand dancing, you know, and you can just see how peaceful and therapeutic it is, you know, with the different women that he's, you know, because there's different videos of him doing it. You have to ask him about it. He'll tell you.
No, I see that. You mind if I bring it up, Supreme? If I can find it.
Yeah.
You mind if I bring it up? You're some of your dancing. All right. Let me see. Okay. Step in the name of love.
I know I used to go to festivals and they've done like, you know, the fireballs and like the hand or the gloves with the light in them and do like, you know, light shows with you know, your hands. Really cool stuff. I mean, it's pretty creative.
Yeah. Oh, like the EDM stuff. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay. Here's Brother Supreme right here.
Yeah, I'm
Getting
interested.
down. Let's see. Play. You're like dancing like nobody's watching.
That's
Or do we
Keller
just?
Williams. Yeah, dance like nobody's watching.
Or I mean, sometimes I feel the opposite. I'm like, I want people to watch me, and I get more juiced. I get more into it sometimes.
Now, what
That's
you
so
all are
good.
looking at there, that's called free spirited. That's like where you're not worried about any judge. It's just you, your happy feel,
You
and the
in the
music.
rhythm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You're right. You're harmonizing yourself right. You know, beat is rhythm. So in two-step and everything deals with tempo, which is the beat of the song. And depending on how slow the song is, sometimes there's faster, up tempo songs. Like I know how to do salsa and all types of things because it's all tempo. So the beat or rhythm is the heartbeat, or that's really the heart of the body, is the beat.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I like
Jennifer
it.
with a comment. She said you got some rhythm, Supreme, Brother Supreme. With the comment, she said he got some rhythm.
Yeah, you could tell he's just into the flow of what's you know, and how slick you were to just grab the girl and the whole hand thing. Like you led her into doing what you know the whole spin thing. That's you know that's how I took it, but it's hard to do like Dancing with the Stars. Some of them hand movements, how they twist in and out. I mean, that's nice.
Brother Supreme, I want to ask you about animals, dogs and whatnot. Do you think that at some level dogs are more intelligent than humans? Some humans or whatnot? Because some people think that animals don't have feelings and all that. What do you think about that? What do you know about that?
You still there?
He's still there, Brother Supreme. Oh, he jumped. Oh, here he is. There you go.
Okay,
Brother
sorry
Supreme.
about that. I kind of got
Yeah.
I got booted out a little bit. Where's everybody still there?
Yeah. I was going to ask you a question. Let me rephrase it. I remember you had taught on years ago about the animals and how no matter if it's a male animal or a female animal, animals always have this like feminine grace about them, like when they're walking and stuff. For example, could you expound on that? Like when you were talking about like feminine energy and how basically you see it in the animals a lot.
I think you meant more of like their senses too, as well, right? And how they can.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
He's chilling. What's really going on? Hey.
Did you hear me?
No, I didn't. We didn't hear any of that. If you were saying something.
Okay. I was saying the animals, they deal on instincts or basically the lower nature of things. And that's the feminine. You know what I'm saying? That's for the feminine, the feminine domain. When you go into the more higher intelligence, that's more that's the man. That's why you're supposed to lead and be the head. Head means you're supposed to be heady. You're supposed to be the mind of the higher intelligence. And the woman's more emotion. She appeals more. She was made to be more emotions or emotional to appeal to the children, so she can deal with the children. So that's why she's the first teacher to the children, because she's made to deal with the children. Then when they get to a certain age, they can deal with the intelligence or be with the father.
Right. Yeah. she gets them simulated on Earth because she's the first teacher, first nurturer, and
Right.
whatnot. Gets them ready to go out and go out and explore with the father. At a certain, like around 4 or 5, that's when my son started doing a lot more stuff with them. And yeah. So that means that some people that don't maybe necessarily had a healthy relationship with their mom, they may look at the world in a messed up way, huh? Or not trusting per se.
Oh,
What do you
absolutely.
think about that?
I believe a lot it has to do with the environment you're growing up with or growing up in. And yes, I do think having a mother and a father, or if only one is there, I think definitely it has a lot to do with the effect of how you grow up and how you're raised. But I do have a question with the whole animal thing. Is that true with the like lions or wolves? There's only like one male until the younger male grows up, and do they all follow all the female follow the male, like in that sense?
Well, my brother Ali could tell you more on the lion and whatnot, on him being polygamous or different things, or certain I think the silverback gorillas polygamy. There's certain animals that are alpha. They have alpha males. Of course, the lion, where they have more than one mate because they're alpha male energy. That's why I
Right.
said the lion is the most authoritative, or he's the king of the junk, because he has a lot of alpha energy.
That makes sense. Thank you. Yeah.
Speaking of alphas and all that, the big thing that's trending right now is Sigma males, meaning like lone wolf. And Supreme, what do you think about that Sigma like way of doing things?
Oh man, that's just it's either it's hot or cold, negative or positive, masculine or feminine. They know a little masculine, a little feminine, or 50% masculine and 10% feminine. Oh, that's a bunch of bullshit.
Oh man, I'm glad you
Then
said that, because I feel I had just learned a lot of these new words, and I'm like, what is going on? Like, what happened? All these new words are just they're making it so difficult. And like you said, there really is no in between. From what I've seen, it's just either that or that, and it's black or white. There's no gray medium. So I kind of agree with from what I've experienced and seen through this after the whole pandemic, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, you got guys coming around telling me I'm a Sigma male. What the fuck is that? You know what I mean?
Right.
Sigma. What is that?
Or corporate beta male loser failures, as someone said.
I could appeal to the woman, but I'm masculine. I'm a Sigma male.
So a Sigma male, is that more like as far as alpha? Would you consider alpha and Sigma like the opposite?
No, it's either you're alpha or you're not. There's no.
Okay, right. That's what you were saying. Okay.
And an alpha male is not about like these gangster Negroes are all tough guy type. Alpha is just a man that just got to have shit his way or the highway. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't. In other words, he don't have to be mean about nothing. He don't waste nobody's time. He sticks to what he wants, and he gets what he wants. If he doesn't settle for nothing other than what he needs and wants.
His way or the highway.
Like the lion. The lion ain't gonna settle. If a lion wants to eat a buffalo's ass, he's gonna go get it. Sometimes they don't. The females are the hunters, but sometimes they don't wait on the female. The male lion will get impatient. He'll just go grab them.
Yeah, watching some of the wild is intense. I see some, I don't know if it was a buffalo trying to go after a leopard's baby, and the cat just mauled, like had him running. you know, like the mother instinct and her. But it's fascinating to watch like that. I always was very into the National Geographic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brother Supreme, I got a question. How do you think people can discover their true life purpose?
Your true life purpose?
Yeah.
By being in touch with yourself and knowing your own energy. I'll elaborate. Like, say, for example, your energy is something just within you. You just like children or like being around children. Not a no pedophile shit. You just like teaching them. Maybe you could be a mentor or something. That's your passion. Or some people just like music. They like hearing and making music. So your energy is what your passion really is how you will know where your energy is directing you.
Yeah,
Yes.
I like that. I've always been into music. I played flute and piccolo growing up, and I've always worked. I don't know if it's the right side of my brain. I'm kind of dyslexic too, but art and music. And as far as when I went to college, my mom said, I said I wanted to do art, and she was like, "Well, you're going to be a starving artist. You know, there's nobody that's making money until they passed away. So, why don't you get into this graphic design or something computer art?" Which I graduated in '08, so it was like, okay, I'll try. And so I started doing that and learned a little bit, but they didn't have that at my school for a degree. And then when I graduated, the market was dead, so I couldn't get an internship and whatnot. But I'm kind of trying to figure out. So I worked at Starbucks a lot, or for like 5 years, and then went down a deep dark path in my life. And I'm just now trying to get back into, like what I truly love to do, because I don't think it's like having a 9 to 5 office job. I've tried it and I just I really hated it, and I felt myself like is this going to be the rest of my life? Just because for fiat that I'm already in debt because I have a credit card that I'm just paying interest on. It just didn't really make much sense to me. I don't know if you get where I'm coming from, but it just I like learning and listening to more people that have experience, and I think everyone learns off of their life experience from what they've been through and gone through. Even when you talked about like the whole dating men, that the bad boy, and I've done that, I've been through that, but I've learned from that too, and everything you were saying, I was just a lot like just very it resonated with me, so I appreciate it.
It was hard to get away from that bad boy, wasn't it?
It was very hard. And
why do you think it was? Like what wasn't people like saying, "Oh, you need to leave that person alone, they're not good"? Like what was it? How did they make you feel to compel you to stay with him or be with him?
Well, I actually got into hardcore drugs, and I isolated from my family for about 7 months, and basically slept on the trains, the Blue Line, lived in Chicago, panhandled, and was very down. And then a friend of mine died, and that's when I hit my rock bottom. I called my mom, told her I went through all my life saving money, and said, "Please come get me. Like I'm at I'm at the bottom of the barrel, and I'm scared." And she came pick me up. He's now passed away, my ex-boyfriend, but I was with him for like since 7th grade, so it was like my first love kind of thing, and that went on till he did a 4-year bit in jail. He had always kind of been, the one, I thought. And then after I went through that experience with him, it was like, man, like my mom's like, he doesn't love you. him poking you, it got that bad to where, he was trying to do, hit me. It was just really, really dark place, man. The addiction I got into, and I'm lucky to be alive because what they're serving right now on streets isn't even anything of heroin is. So I kind of
Well, would you agree that women have a wild side or a mischievous necessity for them to feel every spectrum of their emotions? That's rain, sunshine, little tornado here and there. That a woman needs to experience all. What the guys miss is that they think a woman just wants to experience one nature of herself, which is emotion. But sometimes he needs to at least verbally kick her in the ass sometimes. Would you
right,
agree?
but it was the opposite because he done me so wrong and stole from my family when we were living at my house at one point, and so it went both ways. Like it was toxic both ways. Like I wasn't taking it anymore, and neither was he. So it was very, I became physical with
It had to
him.
be there sometimes where he was nice to you or sweet. You had to get. Did you get any of that? You had to get some of that.
Yes,
Some of that.
yes.
Those
Yeah.
of you, those usually ones that be like, he was so sweet, but he was like, he didn't. She had like 3 black eyes. She had 3 eyes. Like, well, he's sweet. So he, but really, what they're saying, guys, because contrary to what society tells you, the woman is. My mother, that you all know, my mother passed away through a abusive relationship, and
Right.
that affected me for a while because I had to get that knowledge on why did I grow up watching that, and why did she spend her days with that? And you have to understand the woman. Now I'm not saying all of them, but they need maybe a little degree, or some of them need a large degree of some toxicity. That's just in her nature.
Could that be why a lot of times women like to watch those crime
They watch
drama
trauma.
stuff?
Yeah, they watch the love and
homicide.
if they not fighting, they watching love and hip. They watching the girls fight on love and hip hop or something.
Yeah, Dateline.
They
crime.
need that. They need that toxic drama. That's why that stuff sells. It'd be toxic. I was like, how do people sit here and watch this bullshit?
I love it.
They love it.
Okay.
And this was how old was she when she went through this?
You said what?
How old was this young lady that was speaking? How old was she when she got with this young man? This
the lady,
toxic dude?
K, Special K. He's asking.
It started. We were paging each other when back in the pager days. 7th grade, I knew him, and then I took him to senior prom, and then I went to college, and he followed me down there, got kicked out, and then did a 4-year.
No. I'm just saying. So you guys were teenagers, pretty much, when you guys met, and he was pretty much a bad boy or whatever, like whatever you want to call him. He was that then, huh?
When I met him, right? Yeah.
Okay. So now my question is, and I pretty much was the question that Supreme asked you. I'm a word it to you differently. Other than him, how many other guys were interested in you and liked you that were like kind of like maybe nerds, but you didn't want them because you didn't, you knew they liked you. They liked you, but you didn't like them. Now, how many of those guys were there?
I would say I hung out with almost all guys.
Yeah, but it was the bad guy. But it was the bad guy was the one that you gave yourself over to. So my question is well, the other guys that liked you that weren't bad guys? Why wouldn't you pick them?
Yeah,
and they weren't bad. Why? What was it? Why did you pick the bad guy?
The rush, maybe. The adrenaline,
they need the emotional adrenaline and rush.
Exactly.
That's why hold on, brother. The P's know how to give them all those feelings that they need, man. The good, the bad, and the P sweet to him here and there, and he got to be an asshole to him most of the time. You know what I'm saying? They need all that.
And it wasn't even that he was really an asshole, but he was really like, he was robbing me, bro. He was robbing my parent, robbing me as in like, you know, with buying the shit, like ripping
And
me
how long
off.
did you deal with him for? How long did you deal with him for? Even after he robbed you and all that, how long did you stay with him after all that?
Well, it was on and off until probably a good 8 years of my life. On and off. He did a 4-year bit. He'd been to a bunch of different.
She was addicted to that dude.
Yeah.
I already know.
Yeah, but then actually I got out of it, and he went to a Naranon rehab, which is basically like a Scientology rehab. And I was gonna go out there and follow him there. And my mom's like, no, we're not doing this. This sounds shady. Talking
Scientology,
about
huh?
yeah, well, it tells you that you sit there and you look at a spoon for 3 hours and you don't touch it. It's with the spoon and a needle. Like it's like, you know, it was very it's called Naranon. There was one in Oklahoma, and I was gonna go to it. My mom,
That's trying to get you out of your fix, your ritual of fixing your work, right? Your drugs. Looking at the spoon. Is that why they do that?
I don't know. Like, yeah, I guess the conditioning of it. How?
Yeah.
Yes, but when my mom was reading up on it, because she was gonna pay out of pocket, and she was like, "No, this don't sound right to me. This sounds cultish."
Right.
Going to Haymarket in Chicago for free, and did really well there, and you know, life went on. He passed away.
Can I ask how he passed?
Yep. He passed away.
How?
Overdose.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're very familiar with Scientology over here because the Nation of Islam is under the wing of Scientology, and they're running their own Scientology nonsense.
Right.
And they got them niggas over there staring at a 3-year economic plan, or what we call the 3-year economic scam. You know, keep promising these niggas farmland and shit, and they keep staring and looking for it, but it ain't fair. Coon ain't delivered yet.
Hey, brother Ali, she lives by Luisha.
Oh yeah,
they got
Chicago.
that mystery.
Yeah, I'm right by 63rd and Kadzee, if you know where that's at. Like
That's his compound, Special K?
What's that?
That's his compound, Louis Farrakhan?
Who's
That's
that?
where he stays. That's where he stays, Louis Farrakhan? Where is he? He's in Chicago, right?
You in Chicago? You ain't heard of Louis Farrakhan?
Who is that? No, I don't know. Is that the Scientology building?
Well, you know what though? They you know what? Them niggas, man, they are low key now, man. They ain't making no noise no more.
I don't know.
He's the leader of the Nation of Islam, Special K.
No
Like, you
idea.
heard of Malcolm X, right?
Yes.
Malcolm-
My niece went to that school for nursing.
When he was in the man Malcolm X, like
Yeah, right.
Malcolm X was part of that organization that Louis Farrakhan is the head of now.
Wow, yeah, you guys know I'm not that. Don't
No.
know about.
Well,
you don't want to know about him though, huh?
Because they just built a whole new blue building.
It ain't nothing to know about. I mean, that's a good thing. She don't know about his ass. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
How relevant is he to know? What is it? What has he done? Now, maybe if he's like the great teacher and fucking everybody knew him, he had a whole nation within a nation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was about.
But
to
a nigga that ain't doing shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what is it to keep up with?
But why do all the celebrities glaze them over, like Snoop Dogg and all these people that like they suck his?
He's a part of the boule, man. He joined the Illuminati. You got to either be with these people, man.
Oh no.
They're not going to accept you. Just like I was sharing with you earlier, brother Manifestation, about the pedophilia ritual they have to. They have to do more than gay shit. They got to go out and torture children, because in order for them to trust you when you in that wickedness, you got to be just as wicked as them, and they got to have just as much dirt on you as on them for you to be trusted around. They still don't trust you.
But that's the initiation.
That's right.
Crazy, bro.
Compromise you.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, same with the thing, you know, the guy from that 70s show got locked up. Like, they had the leverage on him, right? Like,
oh yeah, that one dude there, the one white boy.
Right.
Yeah, they locked his ass up.
Right, for pedo shit. I mean,
what's his name? God damn it.
Danny.
Yeah, Danny Matheson or something.
Yeah,
that's it.
Got it.
That's why you find all these Anthony Wieners and Jeffrey Epstein, now P. Diddy, all these guys that have all this dirt on these people. The people they had around them had to be just as dirty as they ass.
Yeah, you are who you hang with. I agree with that.
Yeah. Listen to this, guys, real quick. This guy wants to know about the Diddy list.
Every day,
Your cousin.
they refuse to tell us who was on the Diddy Party guest list. I'm gonna oil up one of my bros.
Oh, wow.
And don't think I won't do it. I know where they keep it. It's at CVS. They have it in big, big bottles. I'll oil up one of my bros. I'll put it on the staircase. No one leaves. All you have to do is write down all the names of the guests from the Diddy party. People think Diddy's just, oh, he's a good musician. Oh no, he's a rapper. Oh no, no. Oh, and it starts tonight. For every night that I don't know who was on the guest list, one of my bros gets oiled up. He might even get back shots. I'm a man of my word.
Eliminated all.
That's hardcore. That's hardcore.
He wants that Diddy list, man. Everyone's on it though, right? Probably even Denzel. I wouldn't doubt it.
I don't think Denzel's up.
You don't think so?
I don't think he is. No, because I heard something. He went to the party and ended up leaving like angry.
He left early. Yeah. What do you think, Brother Supreme and Brother Ali, about? You think Denzel compromised himself?
Well, there's certain things I put myself on an MBA on sharing right now.
Okay.
Like I said, for not for any fear of anybody. It's just certain things have to take place, and I don't want to interfere with that. You know what I'm saying? Until those things. I mean, I've been instructed within my highest essence to let these things take place first. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you a question?
That's why they're postponing. It's some shit on there that he's got shit on there is gonna shock the world. So they gotta. The guy, the FBI guy, said on the October the 1st, within 30 days. That was by the end of October. Here we are in mid-November, and they still haven't released these names yet. So, yeah.
that DA, he made freak off on like a common word now. It's crazy to hear the government officials using that term. That's how blatant the chaos is. Saying freak off and talking about oiling up.
Man, but that one clip when he was on the balcony, like, yeah, all your kids taking the Ambien, like, you know, you're gonna be up for days. I don't know if you've seen that, but that was just like, that was riveting.
Who did he?
Yeah. Yeah. He was up on the balcony saying, "All right, everybody, get ready. It's gonna be a few days. All the kids are where they're supposed to be. We got the Ambien."
Oh yeah.
Like, man, dude, what?
Yeah. That's wild.
But what I was gonna ask is, like, you know, the whole Donald Trump thing. Do you have like a suspicion as if, you know, they took out JFK, and, you know, Jay had watched a video and he's seen the driver that actually he said it was that took him out. I don't know if that's true, but he rewatched it and he said it was his driver that did it. But either way, I think that.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, I think that too.
Okay. So, do you think that maybe Donald Trump? I don't know if the whole assassination was true or not, but if so, is he? I have a feeling for some reason that he has a duty to release all, like, the information, you know, with the 3-letter FBI, all that you were talking about. But also, I believe that extraterrestrials somehow, some way, made a deal with them to not go as far as they have with technology. And this may sound, you know, too woo for some people, but I have a feeling that I think his duty is to actually expose all of the yeah, like the Vatican, what's going on with that? I mean, the biggest telescope. Jesus, I can't look at this shit.
Sorry. Go ahead, sis.
But do you know what I'm you kind of know what I'm saying? Like, do you think it's, but I mean, obviously, like, it's not the White House that's running it. It's the Bilderberg meeting group. It's
the deep state.
Yeah, right. So what, if you could talk about it or comment? Or do you think maybe everything I just said was just completely conspiracy bullshit? I mean, that could be too.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but you was right on about the JFK thing. I mean, you know, his wife gave the whole thing away. If you paid attention, you know, she tried like a motherfucker to get out of that car.
Oh my
God! Which doesn't make sense, because if somebody was shooting from outside the car and your husband got hit, your natural reaction would be to duck, not to stand up and make yourself a more obvious target, which is what she did. So whatever was happening in that car, it scared her enough to where she's like, I'm trying to get the fuck out this car. And she did. You saw her. She was trying to climb right over the top, and she was going to climb right off the back of that trunk until one of those agents ran up and stopped her. And then the car sped off.
Wow.
So, yeah, they shot that man. They shot that man from inside the car, and she saw it. She witnessed the whole thing. That's why she was such a weirdo for years after that, man, because they told her, man, you better shut the fuck up.
Or yes, right. I appreciate you, because I had just seen this yesterday. It's so weird how things are so like in the synchronization, and everything's happening or happened yesterday, or almost this time is going backwards sometimes. But it's weird that you had just verified that, or allegedly maybe. But I had seen this video that Jay had showed me yesterday, and I was like, no, this can't be. And I watched it about 20 times on slow, and I was like, wow, like we can't, this is insane. Like, this has never came out, and now here it is. Like, is it AI? Like, no, this looks old school, real footage, right? So I appreciate you responding to that.
I mean, I don't know what are you supposed to think at this point? I mean, we just finished, you know, for the last few years, we've witnessed and watched, you know, an administration, you know, of the government, you know, sanction all kinds of weird sexual shit. You know, this transgender thing has gotten out of hand. They got boys participating in girl sports and just beating them up and abusing them in their own little girl sports. And they're putting tampons in boys' bathrooms. They're cutting off their penises and giving them gender blockers. They're passing all kinds of things where you can't say this, you can't say that. You're not allowed to define what a woman or a man is anymore. It was gotten so strange. So that's what I was saying with Trump. It's not about whether it's good or whether it's bad. It's the fact that it's going to be some kind of a change. Any change from what we're experiencing right now, in my estimation, has got to be, you know, just better. It's got to be. I mean, this shit is sick. What's going on? What we're watching, this is sick. And I mean, we're talking about a very quick and fast destruction if this is to continue the way that it's going.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you.
So hopefully, I mean, you know, I don't know, you know, what, like Supreme said, you know, maybe it's best to just kind of, you know, just play quiet for now, and, you know, and let things, you know, build as they should, you know, and so that we don't speak out of turn or speak anything in or out of existence that we should or shouldn't, you know.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and that's true. So I don't know, like, you know, the level of heightness you're at, and it's, you know, I would never want anything to, you know, I'm putting my good energy out to you all, and just, you know, I think the truth is important, and, like, you know, let it play out. I think Cat Williams brought it all upon like everything's going to come out in 2024. And it just started happening, like you said, so fast that it was almost beyond. When I seen that guy, Sam something, that singer on stage with the devil outfit, I mean, it just happened so fast that I couldn't even, my mind couldn't wrap myself around it. And the whole, my shift of, my paradigm shift of reality just went from, you know, A to Z, night to day, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, Cat Williams and these so-called whistleblowers and stuff. I mean, yeah, we all saw the Club Shay Say interview on YouTube with Cat, and yeah, you know, he was, you know, saying some stuff that was, you know, very shocking, even revealing might have been to some folks. But, you know, we all got to remember too that, you know, Cat's been a part of this Hollywood machine for a long time. You know, that boy was making money and he was in movies and TV shows and everything was groovy with him in Hollywood. And then all of a sudden, something went left. Something went left. And then next thing you know, they tried to make this boy look crazy for a little while. Then everybody thought this nigga was nuts. Then all of a sudden, now he's become whistleblower. Now he's the exposer. Now he's the truth teller. So, I mean, I'm paying attention, you know, to how the chips are falling, you know, and it's just like, you know, just like what you said about Denzel, you know, Denzel has been allowed to rise to the height of heights in Hollywood. I mean, he's been on levels where nobody but the only white actors have been, the Sean Connerys and the Humphrey Bogarts and, you know, the legacies of Hollywood. Denzel has been allowed to rise to these heights. So I think it would be, you know, almost inconceivable for us to think that, hey man, you know, this dude, hasn't, had to be involved with some type of foolery in order for him to progress or to rise to that level.
Yeah, you got a good point.
There's some dues to be paid, you know. Supreme already mentioned that, I mean, some of those.
I think she revealed a lot, and then it kind of came to light. And I don't know how you feel about her or whatnot, but I did listen. I just, like you said, you got to have some skepticism about it all, just because you don't know what contracts have been signed and what really is what. So
I just want to know what happened. I just want to know what happened. You know, once again, Jaguar Wright, this sister, was involved in the music industry for years and years, singing, successful, had her own little albums and was doing, features on everybody's shit. But then something happened. Something went left. Now all of a sudden, she's out here exposing. So you got to figure what went left. What happened? What stopped you from enjoying all that Hollywood shit? She even admitted she was part of. She said that she was a sex worker. This came from her mouth. Right. She was a sex worker, and that she was involved. She went to the parties and all of that shit. She done messed with women. She done did all kinds of shit. So what happened where you decided or somebody else decided that, listen, we don't want you to be a part of this no more. And then you done got mad and said, well, since I can't be a part, then I'm going to go out here and just tell everybody what y'all doing. Is that what your motivation is? Is that what's going on? See, then I have to begin to, to look at you another way. I respect a person more that can say, well, you know what? Hey man, they tried to get me to sign contracts and be a part of their movies, but once I saw how fucked up and evil that shit was, I told Hollywood, nah, man, I don't want to do your damn movies. I want to listen to what they have to say, because that's somebody that stood on a square and was like, I'm not even gonna fuck with y'all. But I don't want to, but somebody you fuck with them, you fucked with Hollywood, and now here you are out here snitching on them. Yeah, man, I gotta wonder what's up with you.
So, Brother Lee, that would include Orlando Brown, right? He's weird ass.
Well, yeah. Well, right. Now with Orlando Brown, now we're talking about somebody who was a child. Now this young man was abused. So
You're right.
that they fucked his little head up as a boy. So you got to kind of give him a pass, man.
Okay.
Ain't no, your little mind is gone. Your parents sold you into wickedry and evil.
But
Yeah, he's in really bad shape.
Like Usher's mama. That bitch ought to be in jail.
Yeah.
And Justin Bieber's mother. They sold their boys to Puffy, man. They sold for a check. You sold your son to this nigga.
That's it.
You should be in jail, bitch.
Same with Rihanna. They put her on the plane at 16, and her dad got a $500,000 check, supposedly. I mean,
yeah, put him in jail.
And I want
to know. That's child abuse.
I want to know where Diddy's getting all of this money, because he hasn't done anything since Mace, and Mace walked away from him. And I don't understand where all the money is.
Well, he walked away after he lived with him for an extended period of time. You lived with a known homosexual.
What do you mean? You said live with them?
Yeah, Mace used to live with Puffy.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, man. You should pull up that interview, man, with Cameron. When Cameron said he went over there to the house to go see Mace. And he asked Mace to use the bathroom, and he went in the bathroom, and there was a dildo or something in there on the sink. And he asked Mace, hey man, what's up with that, man? Why you got this shit in your bathroom? And Mace told him, oh man, that's homeboy's joint. Talking about Puffy.
Diddy made me.
Oh, yeah, this is it. I got it right here. It's Cameron.
Man, that's crazy, bro.
He said it too. Check this out.
Yeah.
We got him. We got the receipts.
Stone, I believe, on 35th Street and like Park Avenue between it's some brownstones down there. I believe 35th or 36th. And Mace was staying there. And I went to use a bathroom, and it was a dildo on the bathroom sink. And when I came out, I asked him what's about. He like, that's homeboy's joint. I don't know what it's about. He always have girls over here, but no. I said, well, this one your sink. This is your bathroom. You're using this bathroom. I don't know where his bathroom at. You know what I'm saying? So that's where my son can stop breathing.
But you know what? Guys use dildos on girls sometimes. That's true. We see some.
What he said. I'm not saying we did.
You see how she's trying to normalize that shit? I mean, you got dick. Excuse my language, okay, but like, why do we need no dildo? Like,
I
weird
agree.
Shit.
Don't excuse your language in front of me. I'm with you on that.
What I say.
And fuck it.
Awkward.
I'm not saying that then it was for either one of their personal use. I'm just telling you what I saw. He's Puff had a
and then what's his name's probably compromised himself. Was it Charlemagne?
Charlemagne is all on the Breakfast Club. Yes, I agree.
You notice like on all those interviews, they always have the gay flag positioned right by the guest's head in the background.
Did not notice that.
Now you know that, like, what I'll be like, excuse me, you need to take that down, but nobody ever really says nothing.
It's in the schools too, the children's classrooms.
Yeah.
That's
foul. Supreme, are you everything good, brother? Just listening. Yeah. Okay.
What he say?
Oh, it says, brother, I'll just tap it in with you. Just
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah.
I was enjoying little dildo dialogue. I've been teaching this for years about people. I said, everybody in the industry ain't gay. They don't have initiation. Now they're finding out. Now they're making an ass of themselves by being ignorant. It means ignoring the truth. You know what I mean? It's not that they weren't told this. It's a lot of these dumb assholes ignored it. They chose to be ignorant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now it's being replayed in their mind. It's almost like when you die, they say everything is replayed in your mind over or replayed to you. You know what I'm saying?
Like a movie.
Like a movie replaying itself to you. So that's what's happening to them. Now is being replayed. That man, he said that.
Yeah. And then what's his name will just laugh about it. Like Diddy, I mean, what's his name? Mace. Oh, it's just, just clowns about it. This.
Hey, what's up? I'm A-Dub, and check this out. So Mace took to Instagram on Wednesday, April 19th, to poke fun at Cam for having his zipper on his jeans undone while hanging out with Puff. I signed off on you going over there, but not to have your zipper down. I taught you better than that. And Cameron responded in the comments saying, hey, yo, bro. Earlier this week, Cameron posted a video of Diddy and his son, Justin Combs, checking out his sex enhancement supplement Pink Horsepower.
Wait, his son has sexual enhancement fucking company? Wow. I didn't know that. Diddy's son? Didn't he get arrested too?
Could it have just been like an XYZ thing?
Oh no. Listen to this.
He and his son Justin Combs checking out his sex enhancement supplement Pink Horsepower. The product's website claims to empower a man's sexual intimacy by helping to improve stamina and libido.
Check this out, we here right now. Harlem's on, we in the house.
That's a fact. Harlem, baby.
Harlem,
Getting him drunk right there.
Check this out, Pink Horsepower. What does it do, Cam?
I can't tell you exactly what it do.
Yeah, look at his zipper is down around Diddy. Wow.
But you gonna have a lot of fun with your ladies, baby. I guarantee you that, man, for a fact.
Uh-oh. That's that shit where you can't open the top, so you know it's that work.
Oh, no, we see.
Yeah, you know it's that word sealed. The seal can't. If you know the children can't get to it, I gotta open on my own, B. I ain't see you open that.
The children can't get to it, B.
I didn't see you open that. Shake it up. Shake it up.
Mason Cameron currently co-hosts the sports talk show It Is What It Is. As a result of its success, Cam recently revealed he received a number of offers from companies wanting to buy out the show. And Cameron and Diddy had previously hung out together in Miami back in March and shared a photo of them laughing in front of a Bentley. Diddy declared them Harlem's finest, with Cam hinting at bringing It Is What It Is to Diddy's Revolt Media Network, while joking that Mace had given him permission to meet his former label boss despite their well-documented issues. And Mace responded, God, please tell Diddy bring the briefcase.
Man, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Comment from God, Heart Guardian. What expression? Oh, sad trombone.
What's TBC?
TBC? What does it say that?
Like the abbreviation TBC, to be connected. I don't know.
To be continued, I think.
Oh yeah, great.
To be continued. Yeah. Back to their moral debate. These guys are still debating about morality and God. I think the fifth hour. Look at this shit.
Like Newton discovered a universal property, grounded it in a Christian worldview.
This is live.
Thank you, Solomon. Mr. E gifted 5 more memberships over on Jim Bob's side. Robbie Heck Music coming to.
Correct.
Okay, so that means there's a being that's not identical to the mechanism. Now you've necessitated something supernatural in your view, or metaphysical, immaterial, let's say, so we don't trigger, right, people who don't like the word supernatural. Now, just like morality, by the way, morality doesn't fit either of your paradigms. Like I said, I asked John, if his kid asked, where is morality? From his empirical, dogmatic perspective, he can't tell you. He can't tell us where.
That's a straw man right there.
What are you talking about? It's consistent with his paradigm. What are you talking about? It's a straw man.
What, that logic is tangible, or that morality is tangible?
An empiricist, a naturalist, has no justification to believe things that exist. Believe things exist if they can't be measured empirically.
Can you show me your sex drive?
I remember the Supreme was talking about this guy earlier when we were talking.
We got a better tool called an axe. Who gonna make more progress? We gonna have a bunch of people standing around a tree with plastic butter knives. We got more numbers than them, but we ain't got the right tool. See, they got a smaller group, but they chopping down more trees because they got them axes in their hand. We got more people, but we standing around this tree. A bunch of us got butter knives in our hand.
Brother Ali and Supreme, what's your take on Bro Sanchez?
You know what? What was he talking about?
I think he's talking about Trump. Let me see.
cutting a
Like
tree.
what?
We ain't getting one tree down. The generational wealth gap getting bigger. We don't know how to play Monopoly. And the name of the game is to get your money together and do business with players on a board that got your best interest in mind. That leads back to our black celebrities like Oprah Winfrey, Kanye West. See, our biggest, most powerful people want to do what you doing. They want to spend their money on vote or die campaigns, right? They want to spend their money on to invest into trucks to send people to go vote, right? They get a tax write-off. And that gives them an out where they don't really got to come together and do for their people what the small hats are doing. See, our celebrities don't got to do nothing but endorse a political party, and they will get a tax write-off for that instead of them.
The name of the broadcast is Black Conservatives versus Black Liberals and Why Jews Don't Vote. What the hell? That's a mouthful.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Really doing what they know they need to do, which is the most successful, richest black people got to come together and do something for their own people like every other group is doing. But instead, they selling us out to the Democrats and Republicans. They making black folks think they done something for us by wearing a doggone MAGA hat. All of our richest people is
Cut that
fans
for
of
a
some
second, man.
political
I gotta
party.
intervene there. You know, it's one thing for people to expose and touch on things, but what does this nigga have to replace it with?
Right.
Okay, I'm not advocating voting like that because it's what's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You know what I mean? People. Trump said they cheated him last time. So we always knew the voting system's a joke. You know what I mean? Even if the candidate you want, people's heart was broke because the last election, they guy didn't get in there, and they found his ballots, you know, and different things. They said, but there was interference, foreign interference at that from China. So now these broads are saying, you know, how did Trump, you know, win, beat what's the name? Well, nobody fucking voted for her. I mean, for the first time, I would say this election was more fair simply because they had 4 years to fix it in the unseen.
I think it's all fixed. I think it's all rigged.
Well, yeah. I mean, the system is, but for the first time, I think they might have had a fair one between these two because I don't know no fucking body was voting for her. You know, you can kind of tell it was gonna be a landslide because even women was like they didn't trust this bitch.
I won by a landslide. I'll never forget that. But did you see the voting boxes burnt?
Those up in Oregon.
In Oregon?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I just don't think I don't think the voting thing is even a real thing. I mean, I think it's all fixed already. Like how they say our system is broken. I think our system is fixed. It's exactly how it's supposed to work. It's not broken. It's fixed, you know. It's not fair. You go to any prison and you see the population of who's there. That's fixed. It's like that. It's built that way, you know. But that's just my 2 cents.
It's a mega ritual too. On top of that,
And that's also the
there's a
sign of
reason
the
they do it
end.
in
Also,
November.
you hear me?
ahead,
That's
sir.
also a sign. That's also the sign, like pedophilia, of the end of a civilization. And I don't mean no spooky shit. That means things is really fucked up. Like people don't want to live no more, or life, even the planet won't justify you being here. Letting pedophiles and also the woman run the planet when the man is supposed to be the head. That's the end.
Man, it's so
Right.
crazy you just said that, dude, because I've been feeling like I'm going crazy. Like it's weird, really weird that you just said that. I don't know if what they're, like you said, it comes back to what you're putting in your mouth or the food, but like or the moon. But I've been really like feeling like I'm going crazy and just wanting to just like I don't, you know, I don't know, man. It's hard. It's tough. NPC, I talked about it on his.
And you guys wouldn't be able to blame no woman for that because a woman only is doing whatever you allow her to do. So you out there oh yeah, you should do this. You should be a man. And you should men could do it, you could do it. When guys be telling women that bullshit, instead of encourage them in their feminine role, they encourage them to be dudes and shit.
Yeah, I mean, I can't
Right.
speak on that. I'm just speaking for myself of the way I've been feeling. Like, it doesn't even have to do with like anything, I don't leave the house. Like, it's weird of what's going on with me. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's hard to even talk about.
All I know is, Kay, the times I felt similar to what you're saying. I stayed in the house. It was some of the worst times of my life, and it wasn't until I get up, and get out and get something that I actually felt better. Literally, be emotion. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's gonna be okay, baby. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are
Ain't nothing to let
overwhelming.
a bitch run the world, practically. Be the world leader, please. Actually, I agree with Sanchez on that. Sanchez said the white man ain't gonna never allow. He'll put Jose in there before he let a woman run.
Yeah.
And
but
what'd you say?
Yeah, but here's the thing though. Like that's as you say, the white man. But over here in Asia, the yellow man, as they say, we had a president here, a woman president, the last 8 years at one of the
y'all
most
been fucked up,
dangerous.
haven't y'all?
No, I mean it was in terms of there was no wars. That's a good thing. But under her watch, Taiwan became the first Asian country to legalize gay marriage. Yeah. So that's one thing she did.
How the fuck is that a good thing?
I didn't say that was good.
That means things was fucked up, man. That's what that means. What do you think this bitch would have did? All a female can do is suck your power and feminize you, man. And it's nothing personal against her. She's your reactionary. That's just what she does, just to make a bitch out of you. If you do, then all she could say is he ain't no man. It wasn't that Eve didn't. Now I'm speaking allegorical. We ain't on no Bible shit. It's not that Eve. Adam fucked up. He let the bride lead him.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You know what I'm saying?
You're absolutely right about that.
He fucked up.
Let me check in with Special K real quick. Are you Special K? Are you doing a little better? You okay?
No, yeah, I'm all right.
Okay. Yeah. Just wanted to make sure.
I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate you too. You and Jay. Yeah. Yeah.
We're actually gonna go for a walk after this stream.
That'll be good. We need emotion.
Yeah.
Not all up in your head at the moment.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, who fell asleep to this picture?
Remington. It's relaxing to me. That's why I feel like after class, after I taught like 4 classes, I feel like this creature just in Zen mode in the hot tub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, man, for having me out. I appreciate the stream.
No problem. Yeah, these are like, hey, I'm playing the siblings. That's my spiritual mother and father, Brother Ali and the Supreme Being. Yeah, like helped me out a lot.
Yeah, I really resonate with a lot of what they said, and I feel like I can learn from them. Yeah, I'm an emotional fucking wreck right now, and they've been talking about bitches being emotional, man. I'm probably like
the Supreme will bring it out of me.
And then you got doctors telling me I got bipolar, depression, anxiety, and then I'm thinking that I do, and and once I got off all those pills, I'm like, I don't feel much as a zombie. I actually have feelings now because that just numbed me, But yeah,
that's what's happening. You're like we talked about yesterday on the Full Moon and Taurus broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
You're slowing down, and then when you slow down, you get a chance to be in them feelings. but those feelings, they pass,
Yes.
just like the clouds in the air. You know, you're just observing them.
I
They're
remember.
not you.
I remember
They're
in
not
rehab
you.
learning about thoughts and it being like 29 seconds. You have that thought of like, should I make a phone call? One act can lead to another, to where you're getting that fixed. And then, one is never enough, a thousand's too many. And, and it's true, like this too shall pass. I know it's a cliche, phrase, but it will pass. And, like I said, I've never really, I've told my story a few times, didn't go in depth, but I mean, I'm lucky to be alive today, and I'm so lucky to have found Jay. So,
Absolutely, he's the angel right there, man. And in the form of the man, he's a good man.
Yeah,
I
you as well.
like Jay a lot. Yeah.
And your angel Gabriel, as your mom named you, but also in human form, I feel, as when you came into my life, the right moment, the right time. It all just makes sense. It was meant to be by design, I feel. But
right.
Yeah, I love you.
Right and
guys.
exact. Love you back.
I'm gonna drop down though, and I'll finish the rest of the show in the comments.
Okay.
Thanks for having
All right,
me.
Kay. Thanks for coming up and giving your righteous testimony.
Yeah, man. Thank you for having me. And the Supreme Creator, much love. I'll check you when you dance out on Facebook. I like that. And also, Mr.
Appreciate you
Ali,
too, Kay.
Mr. Ali, thank you again. Thank you for the wealth of knowledge you provided. So, God bless, and we will see you later. I don't like to say goodbye, but see you later. Take care.
We'll see you soon, Kay.
Okay.
It's a good woman right there, man. There's a lot of depth and feeling, huh? Right there. Yeah. Yes, sir. And then there was 3. It's just me, you, and this monkey. Brother Supreme. Yeah. Comment from Godheart Guardian. When in doubt, get outside. Energy, emotion. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Remington's monkey. Yeah. Brother Supreme, you got any final thoughts? Or not final thoughts, but book in, or you got anything else you would like to share? Well, I know you can go all night and sharing and teaching. Yeah. Yeah.
To the side.
Was that
me and you touched earlier today. We're in the age of information, and you should touch on that. As we did say we'd.
Oh, that's right.
Because I know have a lot to share on that. Although that's important for us to remind ourselves that we're in the time of information. Look for information. Be receptive. Now it's coming on for the first on the TV. It's being forced on there. The exposure of these people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm saying on the for years we couldn't get no reports on these people on what they're doing. Now, we can see the things they're doing. We've been knowing this, but now all these things are coming to light. When they say the truth will come to the light,
right?
Because the truth is the light.
Absolutely. And like brothers, we were building on earlier offline the fact that we came from the age of Pisces, that big apex of time, which is Pisces walking with God, and the example is walking with Jesus and being in belief, believing something. Well, like we learned from the teachings from 10 years ago and beyond, the word belief has the word lie in it too. So you got to be mindful of that. So we came from the age of Pisces, the age of believing, and we're transitioning and segueing to the information age of Aquarius, aka the age of knowing God, knowing that you have God inside you. You know, you have a knowing, because a knowing is a lot more, hits harder than a belief. Belief may get you started, but when you have a knowing, there's no questioning. It just is. Yeah. Age of Aquarius. Stream of consciousness. So I see it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
So, you know, they say, do y'all know what time it is or what time it is? He just gave y'all the rundown on what time it is. What's the time?
Yeah.
You know, you can look at the time on your watch, or you can look at the time in creation. There are two different time dimensions. One is metaphysical and one is physical. So the physical time on your watch, that tells you just the physical time of the day you're in. Although when you get into the divine time, we're dealing with a whole dimensional shift on planetary level. So that means I've already destroyed religion. There's nothing left of that. People now are going to be questioned. You know, the great teacher, you say, you know, the preacher's head going to be rolling down the aisle. You know,
That's right.
But when we grew up knowing that, although now I know how that's going to happen because I'm bringing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's not that those answers haven't already been there. It's that people have been so afraid. The question, they've been so afraid of speaking out God, the God that they so-called have been told by other men or other people about. You know, like they say, this God is so weak, he needs other people to represent him. He can't represent himself. Although I'm here to tell you, I represent myself, and I know each and every one of you guys represent yourself. You don't need anybody to represent
you. Right. No middleman.
Self-made, no middleman. You know, they say messengers are sent, prophets are sent. You know what I'm saying? I sent myself.
At this time and place, it's right and exact. That's why everything syncs up. And like you said, we spoke on earlier, the karma, right? Or the cause and the effect. It's happening at like a hyperspace level almost. Yeah. It's happening super fast. This is the one thing I wanted to show you, Supreme. I don't know if you heard about this guy, this African official. And this is an example of this this age of knowing how nothing's hidden. You get exposed quick. Let me show you this. This is wild. We touched on it last broadcast, I think. But let's do it. Reset it. Wait, let's do. Here it is. Okay. The fourth hour is brought to you by Cinemax. Okay, enough of that.
And for our next story, we shift our focus to Equatorial Guinea, a small nation on the west coast of Central Africa. The tiny nation is in shock due to a high-profile sex scandal that is now making headlines around the world. Over 400 sex tapes involving a high-ranking Equatorial Guinean civil servant are doing the rounds on social media. Now, the scandal surrounds Baltazar Ebang Ngonga, who is the director of the country's National Financial Investigation Agency. The official is also involved in a corruption row. During the probe, authorities found around 400 sex videos of him and multiple women on his computer. Some of these women include his brother's wife, the president's cousin and sister, the Director General of Police's wife, and the spouses of over 20 ministers.
Did you hear that, Brother Supreme? 400 sex tapes. This guy. Yeah. It's a pretty busy guy.
Now, Ngonga's office was the site of many of these sexual encounters. It is not clear if the sexual activities with the women were consensual or if any of the women had lodged formal complaints against him. Some reports say that these scenes were filmed with consent, and some of the videos were leaked on social media, prompting shock and outrage from the officials after they went viral. The sheer size and the profiles of the people involved has pushed the government into a panic mode. The government, led by President Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo, who has been ruling Equatorial Guinea since 1982, is now worried as the videos have denigrated the tiny Central African country's image. Ever since the videos went viral, the government has taken actions to curb their spread. The civil servant, Ebang Ngonga, has been suspended and the probe over the scandal is underway. Apart from Ngonga, the government said that all of those appearing in the sex tapes would also be suspended without providing names, while those responsible for securing the buildings in which these videos were allegedly filmed would be reprimanded for failing to do their jobs. The government has ordered a crackdown on sex in government offices. It has ordered new measures to prevent judiciary and ministry officials from engaging in illicit acts.
They even have like a footage of it.
Today, Equatorial Guinea stands under the spotlight, not for its achievements, but for a scandal involving one of its own. Balazar Ibang Ngonga, a nephew to our nation's president and formerly one of our high-ranking officials, has been implicated in what can only be described as an appalling breach of public...
Is that for Ibanga? Yeah, that's classic. Ibanga, that name. Yeah. Oh, man.
Public trust. Allegations that Mr. Ngonga recorded 400 tapes involving intimate encounters with spouses of officials and prominent figures have shaken our country to its core. Not only did these acts take place, allegedly, within government offices meant to serve the people, but they also implicate individuals in high positions of power. How can citizens place faith in leadership when the sanctity of government spaces has been so blatantly violated? This is a question I believe we must all answer vigilantly. Mr. Ngonga's arrest and the evidence uncovered bring about a harsh realization no title, no relation to power exempts one from accountability. Equatorial Guinea deserves better. Our people deserve better. Let this be clear: accountability does not discriminate. Whether in this instance or in any position of authority, justice is not...
Hey, Brother Supreme, I think he licked his hand. This is one of the tapes right here.
Today, Equatorial...
He put his tie back, licked his hand.
Guinea stands under the spotlight, not for its... Equatorial Guinea stands under the spotlight, not for its achievements, but for a scandal involving one of its own. Balazar Ibang...
The women were like smiling in the camera, so I don't think it was, I don't think he forced them to do anything.
Ngonga, a nephew to our nation's president,
That looks like one of them
our
niggas that
high-ranking officials.
was this girl was cheating on, not cheating, but literally dancing and grinding on another dude at his wedding. Do you know now? You know, I'm gonna flip back to the female thing. You know how disrespectful that is, and
It's very disrespectful.
all what the bitch is just seeing what she can get away. You know, what?
Yeah.
How far can I go before this motherfucker's gonna man up? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And he
It's
never
funny,
does.
Yeah, I was just gonna earlier. I was gonna post that, but we got off the subject for a second. Here, I'll show it to you real quick. This is literally happened last night, or it was posted last night. Of this guy, he caught his girlfriend on the ladies' night out. Like, that's another thing, girls' night out. You know, red flag.
No,
This is
this
what happened.
dude had just
Check this
got
out.
married, and they was at his reception, man.
Okay,
That's
that's
how
even
bad
worse.
that was.
Yeah, that's worse. But check this out, brother.
What's that look for? You're not gonna tell me what this is about?
It says she thinks grinding on a stranger isn't cheating. So her friend put her shit on Instagram last night.
Bro,
she's gonna get angry at
talk
him.
about this, bro.
Talk about what? Talk about what? It's a fucking party. It's a party.
No, another nigga behind you? You gonna turn around and smile
So
at that?
what?
So what? No.
So what?
Yo, someone just sent me this. Yo, tell
What
me
do you think
what
about
this
that, Brother Supreme? He said it's just a party, huh?
What's that look for?
was a party for sure.
You know, and part of the lion in me awakening on this, it had me think back, you know, in my ignorant years of this vessel before it was enlightened, that, you know, every broad that I was a sweetheart and a cupcake with, or when I became like that, you know, that's when the bitch left. When she made you a soft little cupcake, then she split and then looked for the next hard dick to emasculate. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I had to go all the way back to to get further reference on this nice guy shit. You know what I mean? You think you're gonna be the nice guy, the sweet, get the bitch roses and all that, and she'll throw them roses, man.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I taught on that. Like I made the video last week when I was walking about, because there's a famous book. It's called No More Mr. Nice Guy by Dr. Glover, and it literally talks about what you're saying. How these nice guys, they're like chameleons. They do whatever it takes to get what they want, especially with the women. And then the women think they're punks basically after a while. And then they don't want to give. They don't want to. They're not aroused by the nice guy. So then the nice guy becomes evil and angry at her, bitter. You know, so it's like it's interesting. Like they act like they're nice, but they're really not nice. You know, so it's wild that Mr. Nice Guys finished. That's why I say nice guys finish last. That's true. Look up the word nice. What's it mean? It means
they are in
ignorance.
last. Shit. Nice guys are last, or nice guys.
Yeah.
Nice guys are the bottom of the barrel, or the bottom of the chain, man. They don't get no action. Like me, in order for a bitch to get my dick, man, she got to fucking she almost got to rape me, man. I'm gonna be straight up. That bitch almost she got to physically put my dick in her and get it erect just in order for me to fuck the bitch. That's how mastered I am. That's how insignificant the bitch is to me. And the more that what that is, brother, let me finish, bro. Hold on. What that is masculinity. When she knows definitely she's second upon, she's third, fourth, fifth, 1 millionth compared to me. Because she know if a bitch can master you and your dick, she owns your ass. She don't own me. The bitch you down there gotta rape me to get my approval. Some guys might say, "Oh, how's he?" You don't never understand. You know, you can't to a square. You can't teach astrophysics to a wino. And the square dude, the dude that's the square dude, he's a fucking wino. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Some of us learned that lesson through actually going through it and seeing what the nice guy was and what it gets you. Nothing except disappointment and heartache. Because that's the thing. Look at the word. I have it on the screen right now. The archaic or old meaning of the word nice is foolish or stupid. It says 500 years ago when nice was first used in English, it meant foolish or stupid. This is not as surprising as it may seem, since it came from early French, from the Latin nacius, meaning ignorant. Ignorant.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we were taught nice means naive. You know.
That too. Yeah.
A lot of nice guys, they are naive. They're naive because we're thinking from our logical brain. We're thinking, okay, logically, if I'm doing all this bitch should be loving me. You know, I'm buying her flowers. I'm spending all my money on her. So from our logical brain, it seems like, yeah, that's the logical, but she's coming from an emotional stance. She's saying, okay, I feel, you know, he's doing all those things for me, but I feel like I'm number one. I don't feel right with this guy. She feels insecure because she's not made to be number one. So when you put her on the pedestal
and she's number one. See, I make a bitch feel very feminine. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
She knows she's in her femininity around me. Because she ain't gonna get no hard on around me. She gonna soften up. You know what I'm saying? So he's doing all these things in our logical brain. If we were doing that to somebody who operates from a logical perspective, that means something. But to her, this is why a lot of guys be like, damn, I did all this for her. And you know, she still ghosts me or she cheated on me. You know, I did some of that too in my life. You know what I'm saying? I had a bitch I was feeling the type of way about, and I thought those things worked. You know what I'm saying? Because I was naive that then when I didn't want the bitch is when she wanted me again. You know what I'm saying? But then bitch, it's too late. I don't want you. So when I didn't want her, I was more in my mask. I was leading her emotionally more, and then she wanted me. But when I was just kissing her ass, she didn't want me because she didn't feel in her feminine. She didn't feel second. You understand? Understand. Pardon.
Understand. There you go.
Dealing with some understanders out here. Now I'm with the understanders. You did.
Shit. Before that, remember, it was overstand. People thought they're being like flexing.
Dr. York niggas, you know what I'm saying? You remember that shit, brother Ali, them Dr. York niggas?
Yeah, he's on. His phone. He sends his apologies. By the way, his phone died on him.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure he remembers.
They're
them,
accepting. Right, Dr. York was in that bullshit, man. He taught them overstanding and all, you know, over. And you see where that got them.
Yeah.
And it's always with pedophilia, somebody's always falling. It's either a bitch or pedophilia or something dealing with their sexual fetishes and shit. It's all, if you look throughout history, I don't give a damn if it's in the fairy tale book or the Bible or whatever, or Kobe Bryant's or Bill Cosby's or even R. Kelly. Every dude's downfall has always been a bitch or something dealing with their sexuality, their lower self or their lower nature. It's always dealing with their lower nature. And it's not that we've been dealing with the six or sex where we've been reproducing with our low end, and now we're going back to the 9 or the infinity number, which is the cipher at the head and not the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to the 360 of, you know, the higher end or the high end and not the low end. Your low ends is your lower end or the 6 or the sex. When you're in your higher end, you're in your 9. You're in your, what they say, the 9th ether or whatever. Because the 9 is the ether. The 9 is after 9, there's nothing. You got to go back to nothing again or back to 1 after the 9. So the 9 is the infinity. There's nothing after that.
9 is completion, right? Brother Supreme.
You said 9 is completion?
Yes.
No, 3 is completion. It's mental, physical, spiritual. So that's completion. That's a complete thought. You have the idea to go visit your son or see his game. So that's the idea. You know what I mean? You only know that. So you make time or you work toward that idea, which is the gathering of the intelligence or the mental, into coming up with an absolute on how you're going to make that happen. What time you're going to get off work? Are you going to have to take off work? Are you going to drive there? Are you going to take an Uber because somebody has your car? That's the gathering of the intelligence of the mental. And then is the final of the 3, which is 3 is ratification, which is the physical manifestation of what your thought was. So thought is number 1, 2 is the intelligence, and 3 level is completion. And that's everything in creation. From when a person had the first idea to make a plane or to a ship or whatever,
it was a thought first, and then they had to find out how they was going to do it before it materialized, which is the finality.
Right. What do we get when those other numbers then? Like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9?
Well, 4 bears witness to the completion. So that's when they have the 144,000. Those are witness bearers. 4 bears witness to the ratification. That's the next number after completion. Then now everybody could bear witness. So that's the 4th level now.
Mm-hmm. Number 5?
I mean, you see what the completion is. Huh?
Number 5? I was just wanting to go through the numbers with you.
So we all, let me finish on 4 a little bit. So we all are witness bearers to the person who completed the idea of a plane, because we see the fucking plane. You know what I'm saying? So we bear witness of the completion of that idea. Now you asking about the 5?
Yes. Yes, sir.
5 is justice. You know, that's why they in the great teacher and the flag it had 5-point star, because 5 represents the levels of justice. That's why you have 5-point star. The Jews have a 6-point star, and our star, we got a 16-point star to start. And really, we don't have a star because I'm the sun, so I supersede a star.
Yeah. I remember you used to use that when you were on the metaphysical, like higher octave, and some of the broadcasts you would use that avatar with that, like you said, 16-pointed like monad star.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And that's why they say 6. 6 is the number of man.
Right.
Because you got 6 points. You got your head, your arm, and your other arm. That's 3.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got both your legs. That's 5. And a man's dick makes 6. So that's a number of man, 6.
Right. Yeah, and then we saw it with the 6 shooter, the law.
What's that?
Then we saw some lesser manifestations of that. What you said, man's law, the 6 shooter in the West.
Yes, sir.
The 6 shooter, yeah, whatnot. And then, but the 7. Remember, you taught on that about how that's like a divine God, like God number, goddess number, and that's in the fact that it stands alone. That's why the 70s was such a far out time. You know, people were wearing like out of this world clothes and the music and just, yeah, it was wild. The 7.
The 60s was a lot of things. You know, it was a lot of assassinations. That was the real number of man. You know what I mean? That's when they had the revolution in Vietnam. It was just a lot of things dealing with men. You know, a lot of killings, a lot of things. You know what I mean? Going on. Power struggles. You know, they shot Kennedy that year, and you know, any of these guys that was assassinated, whether it was Kennedy, Martin Luther King, and Malcolm X, all was assassinated in the 60s. It is because,
Yes, I was agreeing with you.
Right, the powers that be didn't want them, you know, around. They were disrupting things, and when they found it, because remember, you can't be taken out unless there's a justified reason. Nobody can. When people say, "Oh, that by this person," no. Even if it was something in his previous life that he's paying for, you know what I'm saying? He may have fucked somebody over or tortured somebody, and it came back on them. You know what I'm saying? Energy is always just, and energy always mirrors itself. You can't say it rains and it doesn't evaporate, and that energy doesn't recycle itself and come back again. You can't say that the air we're breathing isn't recycled. It's different air we're getting. No, it's the same energy. That air, those atoms are the same. Those atoms don't die. Those molecules don't die. You know, so we're regurgitating the same energy. It's say nothing new under the sun.
Nothing new.
It didn't say the sun wasn't there wasn't nothing new in the sun or over the sun. It just said under the sun there's nothing new.
Right.
Right. What that means in its essence is because the sun gives light to everything. All life the sun gives. So if there's any newness, it's coming from the sun. So nothing new can come. The sun gives light, right? That's the crops. We have to have sunlight, et cetera, et cetera. So the sun it gives life. Just like the spiritual sun does. It gives life. It brings to life. So that's in essence what that is.
Yeah. Now they're asking about the 777.
Oh, you said the number 7?
The 70s. Yeah.
Oh, no, the 70s. That was the year my vehicle was brought here. That was a very peaceful year. People was really, we're talking about dancing. They had what they call the disco, which place that's when dancing really became like an addiction to people. Like people love, you remember this movie Saturday Night Live and
Saturday Night Fever.
Saturday Night
John
Fever, yeah.
Travolta.
Right,
Yeah, I like
right.
that movie. That was in the year I was born, 1977.
Right. So we were born in a divine year. That was a divine, 7 they say is a magic number because it's a divine number. It's the number of God. After 6, after the number of man, the next level is the God consciousness. So after you form your 6 points, or shows you're a man, your 7th star is within your mind or your consciousness, which is the God mind. So that's 7, the number of God.
7, yeah.
And before you get to 8, 8 is unknown. And for some people, 8 calls, infinity is a form of 1, 2, 3. You start off at 1 because 0 is not worth counting because it's nothing.
It's not worth it. You need 0 though, huh?
You said what about 0?
We say we need 0. That's a big the cipher is needed at times, right?
Well, 0 just exists because that's where everybody starts off from nothing before you become something. It's a humble beginning. We're children before we're adults or before anything else. So it's just showing that everybody is a humble beginning. We all crawl before we walk. That's just the law. Even though that's going to change, everything, we're going to start off from something now instead of having to pick everything all the way back to nothing like that. People can stay still at the level they are,
When you add up all the numbers of my birthday, I get number 9. What's the math on number 9?
Well, I was saying earlier, it's infinity. There's nothing after it. Oh, we're 1 and 9. I know Luisha used to, and Barry Coon used to have the 19. They always used to talk about the 19.
Yeah.
Now the great teacher had in the lessons, the 7 Negroes and the 2 million Indians, which was the 19. It's made 19. Although 19 is just alpha and omega, the beginning and the end, and 1 is the beginning, 9 is the end.
Right.
That's why 911 is an emergency number because that's a transformation.
Do you think there's significance that where I live, the emergency is 119?
Yeah, that's reverse.
Yeah. And
Why
here
not?
when you go, the police officers, how in America they try to sneak up on you like sharks, the police car. Here, the police car will keep on its lights to let you know they're coming. So if you're doing some stupid shit, you'll stop. You know what I mean? Whereas in America, they're trying to, literally trying to hunt you down sometimes. It's interesting.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
ever have those issues with them because
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
they stop, they see
Yeah.
God, you know what I'm saying, first of all. And even when they go back and run me up with this system, they always come back with a totally different aura. I don't know what they have on the system about everybody, but I'm pretty sure
Mhm.
I know they used to say they have a record of everybody where they know what minds they want to keep and what minds they don't, which is true. We know about the CSA. We know about all these different data. They even have DNA databases. People donating plasma or going to the hospital, whatever. Or even when they take blood from infants at the birth, they're getting DNA databases. That's really,
Yeah.
they'll tell you it's for this or for that.
Well,
But it's just like a fingerprint. Once they have your DNA and they put it on a database.
now people are giving it away with the ancestry.com, that 23andMe stuff too.
Yeah.
You're giving it away. Yeah.
And if they was involved with some wicked ass karma, by them giving all this blood and stuff, if somebody wanted to, you remember that movie Gang Related where they took that gun, Tupac's movie, and they pinned it. The guy that got away, they took his gun, they took the wrong gun because they was busy trying to pin it on somebody else. Well,
Yeah,
somebody can
that's right.
take somebody's. All they need is some traces of DNA at a crime scene. They could throw your ass in jail with that.
Right. Years
Your blood
later.
could be found on a murder scene and you have nothing to do with it because they
That's
have
wild.
your data.
Gattaca in real time. All that. Speaking of this, I wanted your thoughts on this. I like running this stuff past the Supreme God. This is wild, bro. This is what do they call that place? Dominican Republic. A lot of passport bros be going here. This is what they're dealing with out there in Dominican Republic. Your thoughts? Seems like an interesting place, huh?
Oh, definitely. What is that? They prostitute? Obviously, they are. But what do
Yeah,
they?
this is the Dominican Republic, some regular club, I guess. But it seems like every single
And
every
those
woman that
those
goes
bitches
there
are
is.
straight working. You know what I mean?
You can tell, right?
Yeah, the way they walk, not just the way they dress, the way they walk, they look like they about, a person they walk like they about business, you know what I'm saying? Like
Right. They're
they're not
focused
there
on
for
their.
no fun. They just
Look at
there.
her.
They walking like business bitches, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but a Cybertruck. Every single one, or maybe not that one, but it seems like they have like a BBL or a natural. They're definitely stacked. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what guys like now, all that fake ass and all that.
Mm-hmm. It's wild out these places, man. Yeah, who dresses like that? Like before, remember when someone would dress like that? Like, oh, that's a hoe. But now, literally, a woman just going to a club that's not necessarily a professional, they'll still
Yeah,
dress like that.
right.
Mm.
Just look at the idea of um what'd you say?
No, I didn't say nothing, brother.
Oh, just the idea of women appealing to what guys want or how to, get them to submit to them. Guys are so crazy for some ass, have a big ass or whatever. They're willing to take it fake. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
I know.
fools that are very. That's how delusional people can be, or
Mm-hmm.
or guys or males. I can't call them men.
You said you
They
talk
could
about
be,
guys means gays too.
yeah,
Yeah.
because that mentality is feminine, man. I mean, and a woman sees that as weak. Remember, she's there to. We made her to make sure we stay strong and we don't be weak.
Mm-hmm.
That's all she does with us. But she don't do that. She ain't gonna just lay down and say, your ass is gonna be forever tested. And if you don't pass, even the test on leaving a bitch, if you fail that test and you're not willing to leave, even she'll come back. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She might just need to know that damn, I could push him this far and he's a man enough. Well, he'll walk away from me if I don't come straight.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, it's an art of doing that. I don't advocate people doing that, especially if they have children with their wives or whatever. I'm just saying, if it comes to their man, if she's if she's gonna test your manhood and she tests you on something like that to see how you would stand up for yourself, you might get it's all a test to her. But it's about you passing the test. The bride is there to test you. Your job is to pass her test. That's how she'll stay with you or remain you.
Mm-hmm. And you're saying that the tests are always gonna be coming.
They're always going to be coming. They never stop. There's no series of tests where I'm gonna test you once and you're never going to get one. That test could be her commenting a guy or saying he's cute or how are you going to react? Are you sensitive? Are you these guys that's jealous and all.
Us being Scorpio, having a lot of that Scorpio energies, I see that because they say that each sign has more masculine or feminine, certain signs, and the Scorpio is supposed to be the strongest feminine sign, right? And I think that's because the Scorpio, looking at way of things in general, you can see it from the feminine perspective, and this is what makes a man that's a Scorpio, that's secure in his manhood, such a beast, such a dynamo, because it's like we know how they think almost to a certain extent, and they and they recognize it in us. They call it charm and riz and all that.
The Pluto rules both Mars and Pluto. If you're Scorpio, your energies of two planets. That means you're the higher vibration of the masculine planet, which is Mars, which is Aries, and you're also the first planet ever, which is Pluton or Pluto. So, it's not really. It's real. Like I said, it's really complex. That's why they say, a lot of people, try to stay away from it because it's very complex to understand. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then in no way of staying away for it is to say, oh, it's evil, when in fact they just don't want to do the due diligence and do the research, take the time,
Yeah. Those are just people that just don't know. People that really relate with us and really, vibe with us. They like Scorpios or whatnot.
Absolutely.
They know we come with that real, man. We don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna come butt naked raw with it. And people, there's other signs, mainly how our brothers, or we're basically alike in the same planetary Aries or whatnot. That's why they vibe. We vibe so well that those masculine signs, or the masculine sign, really is Aries. That's the most masculine sign. In the even even the broads is masculine as hell. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what I told you. My wife is triple Aries. That's why I
You know
fuck with her. You know,
So
because she's a real one, very feminine, but then she's
yeah,
about it. She's about it.
yeah. So
She knows how to humble herself though too, and
oh, they
yeah,
do.
yeah,
They understand. Most of them don't even have female friends because they relate so well to guys. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But some of them grow up
that's
tomboys.
her too.
They're
Yeah,
women, but they,
yeah.
they like being more. Their mindsets relate more to men or to males more.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
They don't like all that drama.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably why Brother Ali is such a critical part of our trilogue. He's an Aries, and he's basically building with two Scorpio suns. Yeah.
Yeah. We
I think
all.
he has the same birthday as Hitler.
Yeah. That's
420.
some strong energy there. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, we there's a reason why we all see the same view, or we all have a commonality of mind because we can relate very very well with each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because we are the same mind. We're not just a similar mind. We're actually one of the same mind, and that's why we can agree on the one accord, which is this math and science.
Yeah. Absolutely. All there is mathematics and science.
That's everything, man. Everything is math and science, man. If you even look at time, the math is the numbers, the science is a sign. A 5, you know what a 5 looks like. It's got a hook at the end, and there's a line and at the top going across, and then there's a lateral line
Mm-hmm.
to make up the 5. You know what a 4 is. You have a lateral line connected, and then you have a cross line. So that's a sign, and it's a number. You know what I mean? Because you can count 4. When you go on a street sign, the sign is this: how you travel. You know what I mean? The sign is the number, is the math, because every sign has a number. You can't name every house can be 444, so it has to be a different mathematical number. Signs and symbols. That's time, uh, birthday, age, all of that. Everything is mathematical science or math and science. You've heard this before, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm teaching my students about it. I tell them this. Critical thinking, aka math and science, and yeah. We're raising little gods here. The ones that are receptive.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's a great, you stepped into now your godhood, brother. It's always been in you, and you make other gods. That's what we do. We manifest or we magnify. Manifestation or magnify, the most important thing. We have to manifest. We have to produce, Talking about things don't mean shit, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's all Sanchez is doing. He ain't talking about what the plan is, what he's doing.
Right.
He ain't saying that he's making the white boy change his world to how it's supposed to be, whether he wants to or not, because he ain't gonna have no choice, because ain't nobody going from the bullshit, because there's a wide awake being in existence awakening others. So it makes him powerless. It's not that they wouldn't have did the little New World Order, is that the fact that one of them amongst them, which was me, awakened the other people, and then shit took off like a wildflower. You can't do nothing when everybody know what you're gonna do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's how I get down.
Yeah. And the cool thing, amazing thing is the fact that there's many people that were touched by your teachings and raised up, and they've been doing their thing, and pretty soon the word's are going to get out that we're back on doing these live broadcasts and whatnot. Because there's a lot of them that came through, right, Supreme? There's a lot of them.
Definitely. You know, some of them was already crazy, like we talking about Jamal's ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He was
Jamal,
already
yeah.
crazy. I told him
Right.
that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I told him he to get himself together, so but some of these people want, and he ain't no more crazier than the asshole out there believing that, the black woman is God, and our ass, what is to fruity, that your asshole's a pussy,
The vagina.
but you
Yep.
gotta play that clip. You got to fruity. It was to fruity with Ali. What the fuck was his name? Ali something. And he said the man has a vagina in his rectum.
Come on, bro.
You remember I told it, boy. You killed Fruity, man, when you showed him something to try to come against
He
me.
got angry. He went to jail.
You're responsible. Whatever happened to him, you can count yourself for. It's like you helped him, that you assisted his demise, man.
Yeah, because not too long after that email he sent me back, he went to jail.
Yeah, because he was about to come against himself, which is me.
Yeah.
Or what? He don't have to meet me. He won't even get to me physically. It's a thought. I destroy people in your thought. Like I said, if you want to see if I'm the supreme being or not, just try me out. Just in your thinking. Just think to yourself about coming against me or doing something to me. If you can think that far, I'm gonna get you in your thoughts. We don't wait till you come to me or whatever. I'm gonna get you in your thoughts. And that's because when you're thinking negative against positive, it's not going to match up. I am positive. I don't give a damn what you, man. I don't know what to say, man. I don't know how. I can only show people better than I can tell you, because people's mind is so fucked. You've been brought up on. First of all, you've been raised in religion. You've been told about the Easter Bunny all your life. You've been told the president is God. You've been told, all this other bullshit in schools, that white people discovered America, and you know what I'm saying, and they did this and they did that, and there's such Bill Alexander the Great, and all these people are such great people. So you've been fucked up in the head, by being mistaught from the beginning. Now they're teaching you to accept gay people like you, and equal, and don't be homophobic, lower your guard now, don't be homophobic, and all this bullshit, and a lot of you guys have that. And that's why this generation of guys are so fucking soft, man. You hear on the radio the Megan Male Stallion, all these other transgenders, and Cardi B, they sound more rougher and tougher than the guys out here. They on there talking about, I don't take nothing from a nigga, don't do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm like, damn, these bitches got basses in their voice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because that's the way a man's supposed to, when I talk to my children, I'm saying, hey, stop that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's the authority, and that's why they say a lot of women don't, the children, they don't get the respect from the children. They doing it because they don't have, they say when a lion roars, all the other animals tremble, whatever, just from his roar. So a man's voice, when he speaks with authority, you know what I'm saying, that resonates with the child and the woman too. If she know you ain't gonna punk, if she know, if you speak like that to a woman and she knows that if she don't give you no pussy, you know what I'm saying, you're not gonna fall over and get on your knees and beg her to get some ass, you know what I'm saying? If she knows you that type of man, then hey, you got yourself a good broad, man. You know, she gonna test you along the way, but you just, you know, you got to look at that like you got to make a good thing out of that. You know, you got to let her, you got to let that. I'm gonna tell you this: women are they're very intuitive and they're very powerful. Um, I wasn't made by women, but I was influenced by women. You know, meaning when I was getting into trouble and stuff back in Cali and stuff like that, and running with gangs at 15 and stuff like that. Before I got into that bullshit, my mother sent me away to my my cousin, my second cousin, you know, who had a African house and different thing. You know, he was a Moor, but I learned a lot.
Okay.
I learned a lot by being around. So, and my aunt convinced her because that was her son. So I was always directed in the unseen by women in the unseen. They knew what they were doing. You know what I'm saying? They weren't trying to, you know, let me be a statistic or a punk. These were women, not men. You know what I mean? Guiding my life, you know, in the, you know, they can't make a man out of me. They were trying to make sure, particularly my aunt, my mother co-signed. That's why I kind of took it kind of to heart because me and, you know, even my mother got on my damn nerves sometimes, you know, I still love the little son of a bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like we had history together. I was like her big brother. You know, she'll call me up and tell me all this fucked up stuff. And then I'll end up down there sometimes cussing her out because she was so damn emotionally stupid. You know what I mean? But she wanted to hear that from me. You know, I never understood that. I'm like, damn, why are you letting, you know, so-called friends steal from you and all? You hang. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? But like I said, they're doing that emotional intelligence thing. So she never could really concur with that, but she needed to hear the emotional side of me because she wouldn't understand the logical. She wanted me to tell her that with force and with, you know, like, you know, a more of an emotional way where she could feel that, because me just telling her logically, like, well, those aren't your friends or those aren't people you should be dealing with. You know what I'm saying? If they're stealing money from you, you know, or they're using you, you know, why are you, you know, so desperate to have people around you, even the wrong type of people that mean you no good? She wouldn't understand something like that. She needed some heat to her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
need that passion, the controlled passion, directed passion of Scorpio can really supercharge rational thoughts, so people can get it through that thick aura, whatever's blocking it. And shout out to Caucasian Sasquatch. Good to see you, bro. Sleep easy, okay? He's a fun one to talk to over there in Georgia. He said he's too late for him. I thought he was going to come up, but maybe next time. We got to do this again, Brother Supreme.
Absolutely, man. I'll make myself available, man. If anything for, you know, the cause of knowledge and math and science and everything, you know what I'm saying? I'm all in. So just keep me informed. I might look into it by, you know, getting into, you know, more of teaching again more. It's just such a busy time right now. And it doesn't have to be physical.
Right.
You know, most of us should be busy. You know, I've been very busy on a mental plane, you know what I mean?
I remember you always a lot going on in the unseen you would share with us.
Oh
a
man.
lot going up.
That's where the battle is. You know, remember we were talking about the art of war, that, you know, you don't bring the attack when your enemies expect it. You know, you go when they think you're not coming. Really not. That's unexpected. You know, you attack when you're not. That's just like right now. Like, well, I wouldn't say it's expected, but like if China was to invade Taiwan right now, you know what I mean? It's kind of now a little more expected. It's been out there, but before, Like it was like 5-10 years ago, they would have been caught off guard because they wouldn't have been expecting them to come.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, yeah. Probably not. I think maybe definitely the Western way of looking at it, they wouldn't expect that. I'd have been surprised, but these people here have been living with that possibility for over, what is it, 1959 when 49 they came over here, for over 50 years.
Right.
Yeah, so it's just now it's even more of a thing, more on everyone's consciousness though, even though people live their lives. Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yes, sir, brother. I mean, just let me know. It was an honor again. There's no end to this knowledge, so we just dabbled and dibbled. You know what I mean? Because we're dealing with infinity. You know, we all are. So
Right.
there's plenty we all not only can learn from each other, although learn in our own quest and our own journeys.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. This has been an honor for me too. Could we tentatively do another one this same time next week? This time, are you tentatively? Because was that cool?
I'm in accord, certainly.
Okay. You know, I'll get with the brother Ali.
And make sure he tell him to charge his damn battery next time. So we normally he be on, you know.
Yeah. Even Remington was in the chat. Remington, he was like, "Oh man, brother Ali's phone died. That sucks." Yeah. Yeah. But
I
we had a
mean, it
good
happens.
one.
You got to keep it on the charger while you talk. I mean, you got to plan ahead. You know what I mean? I don't know if he got tied up with some other things, not knowing that he was going to need that if for or checking on his battery.
Yeah. I'm happy though that everything worked out. It took us a minute, but we got on it. The gods
We did,
got,
man. I love your optimism, man. Because I was like, what the fuck, So it's good
I've
that
been there, brother, before. That's why I was like patience, because I don't have patience when it first happened to me. That's why I was here to let you guys know. Back to the Future.
Well, I was concerned with us starting on time, and so I was like, this is. I like to. There's a certain thing, and I like things on time, in season, on time, and I like things to run more smooth. There's a lot of things that the devil complicates when he don't have to. Like there was one thing, I fixed this table or something and shit, but the instruction was all confusing and shit. It didn't even make sense. It was saying, take this apart, and then you need a certain tool and all that. Man, I put that table to I don't even know if I needed anything more than a screwdriver. You know what I'm saying? So
like that.
Right, but the instructions, the way they had was complicated, but it was really all you were doing was putting the screws in the legs and different things and putting the table fucking together. You didn't need all this extra shit. So they complicate things when things, math is simple. You know what I mean? When you try to add 3 billion times 8 trillion, if you don't carry those zeros down and use the formula with math and simplify that, you'll be trying to do that equation forever. So you simplify things with math, you know what I mean? Is why you have different fractions of math, which, variables and geometry and all these things, they all simplify the answer, or simplify math. You don't math could be complicated, although when you have a formula, which is always check, never assume, be specific in the critical thinking world. Although when you use a formula as far as how to add those, how to carry those zeros, how to bring down, a zero if you need to or whatever, and all those things, that's a formula. That saved people from, just like the math, like I said, you got a car here, but it's been simplified. All that all the engine, all the other, it's been simplified to you to just drive, gear, reverse, and neutral. and put your key in. But all the complications been simplified. All the tools, all of the spark plugs, the radiator, the all those things put together. That's the most difficult part. That's under your hood. That's been already done for you already.
Yeah, all of it.
And it's been simplified to just driving and going.
Yeah.
Put your gas in your car. That's it. All the other stuff. And if you have any problems later on, you take it to the mechanic. Unless you know how to fix it yourself, you don't deal with those things when you get complications. But as far as making the car, that's already been simplified to you.
Right.
The food you buy, even if you buy meats or whatever, they don't kill the animal. And all you do is go in the store and buy this shit. Or things that's packaged or canned. You ain't gotta have no factory and none of that. All you go in the store and pay your money, buy the shit and leave. That's simple.
Yeah, Zephyr has a comment on that. I think she's referring to what you're saying. She said, "Yeah, but you gotta investigate it to maintain integrity. Takes finesse."
Investigate what?
I maybe she was referring to what you were saying, or it says, "Yeah, but you gotta investigate it to maintain integrity. Takes finesse."
Investigate what? I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know.
Maybe if she's saying, that, you investigate anything. That's the gathering of the intelligence. If somebody said, Jesus is coming back this year, that's from your investigation, or if you need to investigate further, then you'll find some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But you're gonna look like, how is he gonna do that? Or the whole world's gonna see him. Well, how tall is he? Is this one of them giant? Is it a projection, a hologram? That's the only way they can project. Now, Project Bluebeam, they could project shit. They could make, and they might do that just to see if people are going to still fall in it, because religion is losing right now. Yeah. That's why I mentioned before, if they were to do Project Bluebeam, it's imminent now, because people are starting to doubt that bullshit. And they're going to have to, in order to have any credibility, those religions, even Prophet, that's why they've been, practicing those holograms and different things. Remember the concert where Tupac came on the stage, and that shit looked so real. They thought Tupac came back to life at that.
I was there.
Snoop Dogg concert. You was there?
I was there. Yeah, that was Coachella 2012. I'm telling you, man, this is the man. I mean, I'm not I'll toot my own horn. Yeah, I've been in the middle of a lot of things, man. And I was there, and actually it was the only time.
Tupac came. Did that hologram look that fucking real?
Yeah, it looked very real. I was like, it was so real, I wasn't tripping off it. I was like,
I think Kendrick Lamar did it too. Didn't somebody else do a hologram or something?
Yeah,
one of the guys disappeared or something. They thought he left or something. They do it now where they disappear. They make them. They show the hologram of them, and then they make it disappear and make it.
That's kind of like gaslighting them, as they say. Yeah.
Yeah.
But when I saw that, I was on acid, LSD.
You was ready to get his autograph, then.
That's why I was like, the first and only time I was like, okay, yeah, that's Tupac. What's the big deal?
Yeah, you started seeing dead people and all kinds of shit. Huh?
I did see how Eminem didn't want to be there with those guys. I was locked into that.
Oh,
yeah, he was on stage with 50 Cent and them.
Was the reunion? Was it? What was it?
It was a reunion. It was the reunion. Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't want to be there, but 50 was having the time of his life. He seems like a happy-go-lucky person, kind of.
They must have fell out or something. Him and 50 or whatever. Yeah. All them niggas is gay. You do know, even 50.
Of course.
The game used to say he wanted to kiss him, and
he wanted to kiss.
Yeah, the game and some of them other guys came out and said 50's a homosexual.
Yeah.
So, even though he's coming against, I mean, all the Hollywood guys is, let's just keep it funky here.
I know that.
Let's keep, like I like to say, butt naked truth, man. Don't put no clothes on. I keep it butt naked.
Like Whack 100 laying on his stomach with the fingers.
Yeah, let's keep it. Let's keep it how we come in this world, butt naked, unclothed, pure. We come in this world unashamed. Child ain't ashamed of being naked. None of that. All those things come to us later on. Although keeping things pure in its purest form, like the truth should be. All these people got to get down with some gay ritual. I pointed out earlier that's what happened with Mike Tyson. How a guy worth $400 million gonna just go to prison off a bitch that said she was in his room at 4 a.m. and what else you gonna be doing up there but fucking at 4 a.m. in the morning? People you saw.
Exactly.
What woman gonna meet a man in his hotel room at 4 a.m. then claim rape? So he was set up. And Don King and them other assholes that set him up, Boule, he had I think he was a tax lawyer or something, they said. He wasn't even an actual lawyer. So Mike Tyson had trust in these dickheads and they fucked him, you know what I mean? They told him not to worry and what and he should know about Don King's ass. Anytime, that's why Muhammad Ali used to get on Don King's ass, because he used it with Don King couldn't get his way with his fighters. He used to manipulate them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He used to
He looks like a grimy nigga. He's
yeah,
a New York
he was a real
vampire.
ass dude. Yeah, and
Or
so
no, he's
he
from
was dealing
Cleveland,
with,
maybe. One of those
the
places.
white man he was dealing with, Costamato. He gave a fuck about Mike. That was like his son.
He did.
He took care of Mike. So
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't until he got into it with these niggas, the Boule, and the Boule wanted him. The Boule wanted him, which is Don King's ass and all the other people, and Puffy and all them, to get on with the gay ritual, or he had to do a sacrifice or whatever. He had to do his rituals. Even now, some of the guys, all these rappers that be getting killed and stuff, a lot of them ain't going to the cloning labs because they supposed to get their ass cloned. They want copies of them. So in case they fuck, so they either throw them in prison and get a clone of them like they did Tyson. They just need your DNA. And kill you in prison, come out with your clone. That's what happened. They said Kodak Black. He had a tattoo on. He came in there with a tattoo on his head, and he left out without one. When they said the clone, when it came out, didn't have the tattoo. When Jamie Foxx, he had this he had to get coloration on his. Yeah, I mean, they come out with crooked noses. You can tell they're clones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't look like the person that was there. I mean, that before they left.
Well, I have to say this: when I saw Mike the other night for that fight, he looked weird, bro. Like he was on growth hormone, or like you said, the cloning, whatever it was. It didn't look like Mike. Like this picture here, this old picture of him.
I was like, why would they clone Mike Tyson? You know what I mean? Like he already went broke or whatever. He already had, after Don King had fucked him. I think he tried to sue him or something. He had financial problems. I mean, he was spending like everything in the world was free. You know what I mean? This guy bought strangers' cars and clothes and shit. You know what I mean? I mean, which is nothing wrong with a generous person like that. It's just when you be over, you give somebody else your food, what you gonna eat? So what happened? Go ahead.
What you see in this picture right here on the screen, you see Tupac behind Tyson, and then you see Suge Knight glaring in the background on the left of, the right of Tyson, I guess, right there, way in the back. You see him there in the darkness.
And
that was like Tupac's handler.
All them dudes went to prison because they went against, the norm, or they went against the powers that be.
Yeah.
Suge,
and the guy in the right's a cop, a sheriff. That was one of the death row bodyguards.
Yeah, Suge Knight's in prison now, right? Still.
Right.
If it's still him, I think it's still him. I heard an interview. It sounds like so he knows how to survive. You know what I mean? And they checked Tupac out. You know what I'm saying? Now remember, a clone, I'm gonna give you all this. That's how you know if it's a clone. The clone is always angry or mad. We know Tupac, when he came out, he was, that clone before they had that fight in Vegas.
Yeah.
It was an angry ass clone. It was crazy. Tyson, when he bit the ear off and all that, he was crazy. They said the clone of Justin Bieber, he was going around acting like a gangster or whatever or something.
Yeah, he would.
You know,
he spit at people and stuff.
yeah. That's how you know if it's a clone or not.
Kanye too.
You remember that movie some time back? It was called was it The Good Son or it was with Robert Godson? I think it was Godson with Robert De Niro.
Oh yeah, Leonardo in that one.
He plays. I don't remember but he plays the doctor, and they go and get the family loses a child, right? And so they want that son back. So they go get a clone, but the clone comes back. It's evil. It's
evil, huh?
Yeah. Because it's not natural. It doesn't have a soul.
It's devil. It's devil. It's not anything that's not the original is the devil.
So that's how for years people like I thought I was like I'm thinking
my urge.
Like people are saying that shit like and you think about it. Then he came when the Machiavelli shows right there. What the Tupac. They had a record before he left Illuminati. He said, "Fuck the Illuminati." Now they had this record before he left the scene. You know what I'm saying? He didn't make this. Right. Obviously, if he was dead, so how is he going to say? How is he going to go from Death Row Records to Illuminati? And guess what? A lot of people bought that shit because he had died. Or legendary, they thought.
Yeah, I didn't start. Always liked Tupac, but I didn't start really getting into his catalog till after he died. Yeah. What's up, London?
They
Good
don't
to
really
see you, brother.
care about us. You know what I mean? Illuminati.
They care about us. Yeah.
Yeah. Remember, I used to play that on one of my intro songs. You know,
I was about to play it. The song I played earlier was a Mike Tyson Tupac one, the one that Tupac made for Mike Tyson when he was walking in the ring. Right.
Yeah, he used to play Ambition as a writer from.
Yeah, Ambition as a writer with the Jodeci. Yeah. My Ambitions as a rider. That's a double CD. That was it.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, they sent Tyson. He was in an interview and he refused to. He was sitting next to him. They keep showing that clip that he kept moving his hand, trying to get in his lap. He was letting him know. We didn't know that. He could have easily left it there, but he was letting P. Diddy know, man, I ain't with that gay shit.
Yeah.
Some dudes rather, he knew why he went to prison. He knew they wasn't protecting him, or he was man enough to go to prison. And take his, leave with his manhood if they was like, you know what I mean?
Right. Here it is, Supreme. You said Diddy trying to touch Tyson's junk. This is it right here. Wait, let me take this shit off. My bad.
I've heard about that.
I gotta take this.
I believe so. Yeah, but hopefully Puffy help me out. That's the first I've heard about that.
Well, he's looking at his junk and licking his lips.
Puffy help me out.
Okay, Puffy. Okay, Puffy. Listen.
Help me out, Help me out.
Yeah. He didn't really I think there's more to the clip. This is how big as I can make it.
But they are showing. But
yeah, they didn't show it on
Mike
that
Tyson,
clip.
you're talking about astrology. Mike Tyson is a cancer. They finally got him his daughter died. They finally tried to get him to sacrifice his daughter as a clone, though. It's interesting. Like, how the fuck did it?
Yeah, he's a Scorpio rising too. So he's a Cancer, but he does it in a Scorpio style with his rising sign Scorpio. That's why he's so intense.
Right. But that's definitely not the real Tyson. I will know. I don't know where they got. They could have said. They said that.
Here's a whole clip right here.
Anna Nicole was the daughter of Hitler. You know, they could freeze their sperm. And also, Bill Valentine put that out, and I think that's very, very accurate. He said, Barack Obama was the son of Malcolm X. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember hearing that. Well, just to keep it on this, here it is, Supreme. You can see it. What you're talking about, the hand.
It truly is about the Benjamin, as we see.
Oh yes,
You see that?
Like there ain't nobody seeing, you just keep on rocking. But it was like I was embarrassed for like weeks.
Right here.
It truly is about the Benjamin, as we see.
Oh yes, he's glittering.
It truly is about the Benjamin.
Yeah. Well, now when we come back,
Yo, he straight moved his whole body away from him. Little pervert.
Yeah. Puffy, and if you want to hang out more than
That's
one,
why he went to prison, man. That's why they killed him. That's part of it. I mean, you don't go along with that, then you know what I'm saying? They gonna come for your ass. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to be a part. They're like the gay mafia.
Yeah, it is the gay mafia. It is sad his daughter died on the equipment he used to make himself strong and successful. I think she choked to death on a jump rope that was got caught in the treadmill.
Yeah, some freak shit. You know, some freak
Yeah.
act. Somebody could come in there and kill a child and tie a fucking rope around her neck and just say something happened.
Right.
You know, I mean, he wasn't
Right.
there. He claimed he was the maid or somebody was there. She wasn't. Wasn't attended to. So who's to say somebody didn't strangle a girl and then say, you know, the same thing like Whitney Houston? You know, she was found with pills. People knew her, said
Right.
she wasn't even taking the fucking pill. So they always make sure the pills was right next. They make sure the evidence, so then that'll leave the DA and the detective where you want the. There's people, you know, they watch these TV series, how to get away with murder and all this shit. There's ways they know how to mislead. That when you're a professional hitman or hit woman, you know how to mislead the evidence or the evidence trail of the detective.
Right.
You
I'm
gonna
sorry,
make-
looking at this. This is
all
gay.
they want to do is solve the murder. They're not going to put no more extra energy into the shit. All they want to do is solve the case based on how they're trained.
Yeah.
They don't care about how obvious it looks. They're not going to say, "Well, damn, it's a gun right next to them with a suicide letter." You know how they do the holistic healers. You know, you all look up the holistic healers.
Oh,
that were
Dr.
murdered.
Sebi.
Who? No, I'm talking
Dr.
about
Sebi.
No, I ain't talking about Dr. Savo. Look up holistic healers who were murdered. These are Caucasian people who had.
Yeah, I've seen that list before, bro.
Who got centers or offices where they've successfully reversed people's cancer. The shit that they're telling people there was no cure for, these people were showing them there's cure for that. And so the FDA, who's some of the biggest gangsters, they send, hits on these people. And if they're not God or they don't have the real God protecting them, then that's their ass. Now, me saying it, if they even think about coming against me, they're finished. I can say whatever the fuck I want to say, period. You know what I'm saying? And put it out there and they watch and know I do. You know what I mean? Because something's going to happen to them, which happened. They own system flipped on them.
Yeah.
When these people got control of the NSA, they're over. You got President JFK talking about releasing all of the getting rid of the preservatives and foods that's banned in other countries. They're talking about changing the whole system, man.
Yeah. Health minister. It's health. I think his position is called health secretary. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're talking about changing the whole system here. That's everything. And they're going to release these cures that the FDA has been hiding, that they knew all along that there's cure. But if you go look up and Google that list, you'll see they were professional hits. You know, they were forged death letters. You know, one guy allegedly shot himself in the chest with a shotgun. Do you know how impossible that is?
Right. Like Kurt Cobain shit. Like, you can't do it.
Yeah, he
Also,
shot
too,
himself,
they killed a lot of their
self-inflicted
families,
wound,
too.
they claim, with a shotgun.
Yeah. Yeah, some of
This
those
is
were
much bullshit
killed.
as Trump getting shot in the ear with an AR. That's that much bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
You
Yeah,
believe that, then you're
sus.
stupid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was sus. But even those hit squads you said, I remember some of those cases, like whole families were killed, so no witnesses. Like if they were trying to kill the person and the family happened to be there, that was it. Now check this out. Check this out. On the same broadcast where the Puffy, look what Mike Tyson, he kisses Heavy D, and then Heavy D sits. Well, Damon Wayans basically sits on his lap.
Are you in the house, yo?
Watch this. Mike Tyson's gonna kiss him. Heavy D. He's gonna kiss him right here. And then Heavy D's gonna have him sit on his lap, basically.
You don't sit right there. You take my seat.
I think I just stand.
I just take the arm.
Look at that. It's cozy.
Because I know, you know.
Oh, you hear what they said? I know you know. They're talking about Puffy, how he can be. You hear that?
These niggas are sitting on each other's lap.
But listen what he says. He says,
hold on, brother. I gotta address this. This must be.
I gotta take this call. I'm gonna pause. I mean, go ahead. I gotta take this call. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is so comical. First of all, as a man, any man that's sitting, if another man even was looking like he gonna sit on my lap, I'm gonna move my leg, I'm gonna push his ass. I'm gonna say, what the fuck's wrong with you? You know, here's two niggas, Heavy D, he ain't got sense enough to, you know, tell the guy, hey man, get the fuck up off me. So all basically what they're showing is it's okay to be gay, or, you know, and they're showing this before Mike. This is really about Mike Tyson, man. I'm telling you, they're doing all this in front of Mike Tyson. They're letting him, hey man, you know, you don't like P. Diddy putting his hand on your lap. Well, we two niggas sitting on each other's lap. You know what I'm saying? So a real man, he wouldn't allow no shit like that. I wish a dude would try to. He would definitely get his ass. And I'm not a violent person. Exactly. I wish a nigga would try to sit him. Let alone I couldn't even fathom. Or that's not even a question on me sitting in a motherfucker's lap. You know, him sitting in him trying to sit in my lap will get him fucked up. Period.
He's normal. He says
that's a disrespect, huh?
Like the example saying, you know. Listen to what they say right here. He's saying like, I'm not gonna sit. Damon Wayans is saying, I'm not gonna sit in between Puffy because we know how he is. This is what he says. You can hear him say it right here. He's like, we ain't sitting there. I know how he is. Here we go.
I just take the arm.
See? Oh, he's sitting on the arm. Okay, he's not sitting. Okay.
I know, you know.
But hear what he says. He goes, you know how he is, basically. So I'm not gonna sit by him. He's touchy-feely.
He's trying to play with niggas. Mike Tyson, I guess he was so powerful. I would say Mike Tyson should have beat his ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right there on camera, like, man, what the fuck? I mean, they would have had to rebroadcast that. But at least it would have, somebody in the audience would have said and been like, damn, Mike Tyson whooped Puffy's ass for. So that's how Hollywood gets these guys. They try to lower your guard. They get a big buff nigga like Terry Crews, where somebody they feel so powerful and so owner and entitled over him, where they go and grab his dick. A white one.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
So they kept Tyson around. I wondered for so many years on why they kept him around for shit like Saturday. He's sort of like a monument to them, like like kind of like with Nat Turner. I think they said one of the guys. I don't know if they kept his nuts or they have like body part people that the guys that the tough.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, they always kept a monument, something to remember them.
It's like a talisman, like magical, like a power they get from it or whatever.
Yeah, but it's usually the motherfuckers that rebelled or they were strong-willed. They like to keep a body part of them or a clone of them or something.
Yeah.
So that's how Mike Tyson was to them. Is that, and this is the only way they could whoop his ass on stuff as his clone. They're humiliating. They're humiliating him by, saying, "Hey, we could beat Mike Tyson's ass." You know what I mean? If you notice, he got beat by the last 4 people he been knocked out or beat by were all white boys.
That's true.
So that becomes like a monument. Hey, you want to kick Mike Tyson's ass? All you need is $1 million. We'll let you kick Mike Tyson's ass for $1 million. And guys that know his legacy, that turns them on like that. You know what I mean? Like, God, I could fuck Mike up. You know what I mean?
Now you're crossing the border. It reminds me of that one guy that called in the broadcast years ago where he was like, I watched my wife have sex with this black guy, big black guy, and I stand there and you were like, well, you were nice to him. I mean, you were gentle with him. You weren't like making fun of him, but you were like keeping it 100. You go, well, you're basically, sir, you're one step away from crossing over to the other side if you're into that type of shit. He's like, you're right.
Yeah.
That's some random dude called in that night.
Yeah, you remember all the man? I forgot all these people. I couldn't remember if you had. I've spoke to a lot of people on there. I mean, and
I'm 22.
Someone
what Kay put in the chat. Adam 22, the cuck.
What'd he say?
The guy from No Jumper. Kay was talking about that guy with Jason Love. Remember that last year?
Yeah.
Where that guy from No Jumper had his wife.
Adam from No Jumper was in the chat right now.
No, she brought him up when we're talking about a cuck.
Oh, somebody brought him. Okay.
He ain't here. Unless he's ninja watching.
Probably some people there. Looking from afar sometimes. Yeah. It's just, I don't know if it was Valentine or someone. He used to watch my shit. I used to see, his and one of his peoples used to, watch what I'm putting out or the information. Well, I thought all these niggas started saying understanding, man. They've been studying us from afar.
Watching.
Yeah.
I corresponded with him one time.
I seen Jamal Rashad. He was using understanding. How the fuck he know about it? Jamal Rashad, he's the guy they doing all kinds of shit right now. I'm gonna tell you this, right? He will be cloned when he come out, just like Pharaoh and all them. He gonna be a clone, just like if he comes out. You know what I'm saying? Them type of niggas like that. You know what I mean? They eat for lunch, and it's because first of all, he talked that African spirituality and bullshit. They know he's not. He ain't no God. You know what I mean? If you going around talking about the black woman's God, first of all,
nature boy.
Yeah. They know to come after these people because they know they're false as hell.
Yeah. Well, he's gone. Gone in a minute, 60 seconds. He just had me to deal with. You see? Yeah. Maybe shut it down anyway. Let's see if it comes up in a second. So it's been a epic broadcast. The return of Supreme Being, Math and Science on the Donald Trump. and whatnot. And we touched on a lot of different things and situations. Yeah, that was dope. Shout out to everyone at Special K, Reddington, Zephyr contributing big time, Caucasian Sasquatch, Shadow Buddha, the brother from another shift, the shifty one. Appreciate you. And yeah,
Man, I
he's back.
accidentally I don't know how it switched pages. You know,
Yeah,
it goes back on pages so simple.
right. So,
I forgot
so
what I
brother
was
Supreme, you
saying.
see, go ahead, cause I gotta shut it down. I gotta go
Okay.
deal with the wife. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I was just gonna say, man, we don't have to touch on that subject.
Mm-hmm.
Just everybody, but you know, this mind is endless. There's not enough time to even get to a grain of this knowledge. So basically, what I'm going to share here is everyone, like I said, we're in an age of information. Pay attention, pay attention, pay attention. Study, study, study. Prepare, prepare, prepare. What's coming ahead? You know, people say get your moral accomplice settled. Also, meaning your karmic. I'll say your karmic energy aligned, because we're in some very high protonic energy times. Positive energy is flowing through this planet. We're also in the great season and magnetism of manifestation. Nearly things people are calling for or wanting are almost happening instantaneously because of how everything is speeding up, you know, and that's on the negative or positive. People are going to rapidly receive what their energy desires, you know. So make sure that your karmic energy is balanced and it's more on the positive than the negative, and you should be able to make it out. That's all. If it's more on the negative than the positive, you might be in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just keeping it 100%, 1000%. There's going to be some trying times and some very you know, a lot of things, a lot of people are not only being removed, a lot of people and things need to be removed. And so the trumpet and other things that they're doing, and JFK, that's the catalyst. I'm gonna be the unseen person. I'm just gonna narrate everything, let you know what's happening before it happens, because we all are time travelers. You know, I've already been there. I've seen it. I already know what happens. I know we're victorious. I'm victorious as a people, and we're not going to rise again. We've already rose. So that's all.
Wow, powerful, man. You gave it, man. That was It don't even seem like we've been building for this long, for like 5 hours almost. It doesn't. It doesn't. That was powerful, brother. That's a lot to sit with and rotate on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this, between me and also Brother Manifestation, he only is going because he have to go. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We have. If you all don't know how much we love the truth, to be on here for 5 hours, and then we
Like
can
nothing.
like nothing,
Yeah.
then you know you all need to go find some. You all need to go with Clown or Betty or somebody. You know what I'm saying? Or
Or even
Umar
like
Johnson or what.
whatever those people. I showed you what people, a lot of our listeners, our supporters may be listening to when they're not listening to us, and you saw what they were talking about.
Yeah.
Talking about a mystery god and whatnot.
Yeah, so
it's like debating that.
so they on that bullshit. But the truthers is here, you know what I mean? I know you
Absolutely.
mentioned about the truthers. Those are people that love the truth. We all are truthers. We're truthers.
Yeah. It hits harder when you say, brother, high powered, and y'all, and for folks who resonate with, and I know there's a lot, and a lot of people sometimes are a little afraid to speak up or come on panel, but I mean, we're gonna keep at this truth. This has actually been like almost 10 hours of a build, seems like, because we were building till the sun came up. Seemed like yesterday, huh?
Definitely.
So, yeah, this is chapter 2 of infinity chapters, right here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. This has been the return of the Supreme Cream Team.
Yes, sir.
The Math and Science on Trump. Appreciate you, brother. Math and Science.
Likewise, mathematical science, quantum consciousness, the season we're in, and we will be in touch.
Absolutely. And you can stay down. I'll drop you down for a second. So let the song play on the outro. This is just to give my farewell greetings until next time. I'll drop us down. Peace, family. Thank you, chat. And in the coming days, we'll see you next time. And yeah, and I much love to everyone out there that deserves it. You know who you are, and I really appreciate Brother Ali, a master teacher and a grandmaster teacher, Brother Supreme, for taking the time out to share what's really going on. I don't take this for granted. This is something that's very high powered and special to me. And I love you all, and we'll talk soon. Mathematics and science, righteous peace. Okay. And all.